IB Nation, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. It is now Tuesday, January 28th. We're one day closer into the postseason, and there's a lot of content coming out our way, man. I mean, it's still weird. I mean, it's depending on the day, it feels like the national championship game was yesterday. Also, depending on the day, it feels like it was a month ago with how fast news breaks, right? And so mine and Brian's plates are really, really full. We're cranking out as much content as possible to talk through all of the different potential moves that this team is going to be making in the offseason, right? But we have go ahead. You're muted.
It is kind of funny, Trev, because, you know, I sit here and I come up with the offseason schedule, and I'm like, there's no way we're going to have enough content to fill the entire offseason. And every time we get to fall camp and you're like, man, we didn't get to everything I wanted to get to this year. Like, that's just kind of how it always goes, man. But I'm trying to be positive today, Trev. I'm turning over a new positive leaf. And that positive, I'm just kidding. I think I'm a pretty positive person. But that is, we're one day closer to the 2025 season. That's what I'm going to keep telling myself. We're one day closer to 2025. And I think that's a pretty pertinent attitude to have when you consider what we're going to be talking about today.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, I mean, so what we got on schedule for today for everybody is, I'm sure most of you saw it. It's out on the boards. Notre Dame released it, but their 2025 football schedule is out. And so we're going to kick off the show today, and we're going to talk through what that schedule is, who the opponents are on there, you know, what our initial takeaways are, you know, different stretches of the schedule. And we're going to just give it a quick little overview of what Notre Dame has on the docket for 2025. After that, we're going to talk through building on the 2024 success, right? They went 14-2. They made a national championship appearance. At one point in time, they were a 3rd and 11 stop away from potentially going down and tying the game, right? So something that keeps me awake, you know. But we're going to talk about if this football team can build on the success on 2024 into 2025. Then we're going to start laying some groundwork for some of the expectations in 2025. Right? We're going to talk through what those are, the reasons why we're optimistic, and then some of the biggest questions that we have, right? Because Notre Dame still doesn't have a defensive coordinator. We don't know what some of the things are going to look like, right?
We don't know who the starting quarterback is going
to be.
Right.
Right. So there's a lot of different questions and things that will just sort themselves out naturally, as much as I wish I had a say and as much as Brian wished that he had a say in what happens and what the turnout is going to be for the 2025 season. We're kind of just sitting and waiting with the rest of you guys, but we'll make sure that we provide as much information as we can when we get it. And then, of course, at the end of the show today, like Brian talked about yesterday, we're going to do an hour-long mailbag. So all throughout the show, if you guys want to submit some mailbag questions, anything that pops into your mind, we'll be covering those at the end of the show today.
Yeah, I'm excited, man, because it is our you know, we're in that weird period where I'm not ready to completely like close the book on 2024 because there's still a lot of lessons to be learned from it. And I'm not quite ready to fully dive into 2025. And I feel like this show is going to be a really nice transition. You know, we'll start off with a little bit of news talking about the schedule. That wasn't originally on the docket, but it did get finalized last night. According to Matt Fortuna, the schedule is finalized. And it's kind of like, okay, now we know the schedule, right? Now you know what's in front of you. And let's kind of start transitioning there, but while also taking a little bit of a look back at 2024 to say, hey, what lessons can still be learned from this season? And that's what we'll discuss today, Trev, because we'll get into it here in a minute. But it's I feel like every year there's been some playoff team that has a drop off. It's, you know what I mean? It seems like it's almost every year. I mean, you look at Cincinnati goes from, you know, the two great years they had to 9-3 to Fickle's gone to their, you know, a wreck now. You look at TCU has their magical season in 2022 and then they fall off. You know, 2023 Michigan wins a national title. The next year, you know, they need a couple late season wins just to get into a bowl game. And they ended up finishing strong, going 8-5. But like there was a period of time there, if they don't win, sort of 3 of their last 4 games, who knows what their season looks like. And we've seen it before in past seasons. Obviously, LSU wins a title in 19. They have a big fall off in 2020. We have seen this plenty of times where at least one team in a lot of years that was a title team the year before or a playoff team the year before has that big drop off. And so what we're going to ask is Notre Dame that team, or is Notre Dame in position to build on that success and really take it to the next level? But obviously, Trevor, one part of that is going to be the schedule. And we're going to kick things off today with that.
So, Brian, let's jump in here, feet first, man, and talk through what the 2025 schedule is. As you said, Matt Fortuna released it, said that Notre Dame has finalized their 2025 schedule for the season. So, some of what that goes into, right, of what the success is going to look like for Notre Dame in 2025 is who you're going to play, right? And what's that going to look like for them? So, what they have and what they've released is they start out the season like we knew at Miami. They did move the date to Sunday. That was finalized before the actual official schedule was released. But they play Miami in Miami to kick off the season on August 31st, which is Labor Day Sunday. Following that up, they do have a bye week, early bye. And then after that, they host Texas A&M at home. And then they rattle off, I believe, 6 straight. They play Texas A&M at home, Purdue at home. They play at Arkansas. They host Boise State. They host NC State. And then they host USC. And then they have their second bye week of the season. After that, the home stretch, they're at Boston College. They host Navy at home. And then they're at Pitt. They're back home again for Syracuse for senior day. And then, like tradition has shown us, they will finish their season out west, this time against Stanford at Stanford. Now, there were some rumblings about them potentially playing in the Rose Bowl, for this being the 100th year anniversary of the Notre Dame-Stanford Rose Bowl game from 1925. But as of right now, to my knowledge, this game is set inside of Stanford Stadium. So
that it could still end up being there. I would imagine there's some logistical things that need to get worked out. The time of the day of the game is what mattered. It's going to be the end of the season. Now, I don't believe we'll find out, I guess, from Notre Dame, but I don't believe this is a formal extension of the Notre Dame Stanford rivalry, which ended in 2024. It ended this season. It's more of just the next year they're going to play. ACC released the schedule. So the reason their schedule got finalized is because the ACC released their schedule, because Notre Dame had 11 game schedule, but they had like 5 TBDs on there, right? We don't know when they're going to play certain ACC teams. And so that got released yesterday, and that showed that Notre Dame was going to play Stanford. And in that release, they said that they would play inside Stanford Stadium. That would make me believe that that's kind of where it is, but for now, but they can always change that if Stanford and Notre Dame agree to do that. That's between those two schools. All the ACC needed to do was say who's playing who and when, and then the schools can decide the where down the road.
Right.
So that if there is going to be sort of that Rose Bowl type of game, which I think would be flipping awesome, by the way.
Yeah.
But if that happens, that can always be decided down the road. But the release from the ACC, the official release from the ACC, did in fact say that it would be played at Stanford Stadium.
I also just went and took a look at UCLA's schedule, and they finished the season at USC inside of the Coliseum. So as of right now, there is no game scheduled inside of the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, because I think,
29th.
right, exactly, because UCLA plays at USC that weekend, so that would be interesting. And that would also make it very intriguing, because you'd have 2 major bowl games in California, in LA, the LA area, because obviously it's Pasadena, but that's right outside of LA. And for me, that'd be kind of cool, because that's where the Broncos played their first Super Bowl that I was basically alive for. I don't know that I was alive for the Cowboys Super Bowl in 77 or 78. I forget if I was alive. I was an infant. But I still remember that Pasadena Super Bowl, and I remember Denver having a lead going into that. And that's been kind of cool, some of the experience I've had, Trevor, just a little bit off topic. But like Notre Dame played Navy in 2018 in San Diego. It was basically at the old not Jack Murphy, but I think they used to call it Jack Murphy. But that's where Denver beat the Packers in the 97 Super Bowl. So, like, I was there the day before the game to get my credentials, and the stadium was just open. I just walked in, and I'm standing there, and I'm literally, like, envisioning in my head, like, okay, this is where all this happened. I'm envisioning, like, Howard Cross reaching behind with that one-handed catch, and I'm envisioning Terrell Davis going into the end zone. I'm saying, okay, that's where Elway did the helicopter. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm like, this is so freaking cool.
That's so cool.
And so doing it in Pasadena, that's like first time I was at the Coliseum, the LA Coliseum, to watch Notre Dame play USC. I think that was 2014. I think it was my first trip there. And I'm sitting there, I'm like down on the field after the game. I'm thinking, like, this is where Super Bowl I got played. They've had Olympics here. You know what I mean? Like, think of all the legends that have played in the stadium in the NFL. Because remember, the Raiders used to play there. And so it's been kind of cool to have some of those experiences. You know, playing catch. One of the Notre Dame student managers had bought gloves and a ball when they played at Fenway, and I was like, bro, you gotta let me, you know what I mean? You gotta give
let you spin it.
You gotta give me that mitt, buddy.
Yeah.
And so I played catch in left field. You know, thinking about all the people, you know, at Fenway. So that's been a cool deal. But
awesome.
I would like to see that game be played in the Rose Bowl. I think that'd be pretty cool. And it's not like Stanford's going to have a whole lot of fans of their own fans there. So, but that'll be interesting. But as of right now, it is listed in Stanford Stadium. So, but looking at the schedule, Trev, we'll give some sort of overviews on kind of how these things are, you know, how these things are going to go and dive into that a little bit. But first and foremost, just a couple particulars about the schedule as Trevor went through it. There's 10 Power 4 teams on the schedule. The only two non-Power 4 teams on the schedule are a team in Boise State that went 12-2 and a team in Navy that went 10-3 this past season. And that's a challenging schedule. It's like everybody that does, should never play MAC teams. Well, you know, that's a brutal schedule. I mean, your weakest games are going to be Power 4 teams this season. And not brutal because there's it's a murderer's row, but like there's not a ton. You're going to hope that your off weeks are against like Purdue and NC State and Pitt, or you know what I mean? Like there's not a lot of those type of games. I don't know how I feel about that, but overall the schedule, you look at the opponent record, Trev, 88-67. It's a quality schedule. 10 of the 12 teams in the schedule earned a bowl game last year. You had 4 teams last season that won 10 or more games. Miami went 10-3. Boise State went 12-2. Navy went 10-3, and Syracuse went 10-3. So you know there's that as well. It's a challenging schedule. Arkansas obviously is you get another SEC team, second year in a row that Notre Dame's going to be going on the road playing an SEC team. Also second in year that Notre Dame's going to play 2 SEC teams this year. They needed it. They played. You know, obviously A&M on the schedule, but then they played Georgia in the playoff. This year in 2025, you're actually going to have a pair of SEC teams in the regular season. So Notre Dame will play, obviously, ACC teams. They're going to have a Big Ten team on their schedule. They're going to have 2 SEC – they're going to have 2 Big Ten teams on their schedule. I still can't get used to USC being in the Big Ten. I know. They're going to play 2 SEC teams, and then obviously you're going to have the Mountain West team and a team from the American Athletic Conference. So that's sort of the particulars of the schedule. The only team on the schedule, every year it seems lately there's been a team on the schedule they've never played before, and that's going to be Boise State. That's the team on the schedule they've never played before. I believe Notre Dame – actually, I don't know that Notre Dame and Arkansas have ever played each other either. Let me look at that real quick. Yeah, they've never played each other either. So there's 2 teams on the schedule that Notre Dame has never played before. Now, they came close to playing Boise this year. If Boise can win one more game, Notre Dame plays Boise in the semifinals. But neither those two, that'll be interesting. I always enjoy those games where it's the first time that Notre Dame and a team have ever played. I know Andrew McDonough hates those weeks because there's no serious history for him to write for the site. But I always enjoy those. I always like when there's a team or couple teams on the schedule that they've never played before. So that's the particulars of it. Let's dive into some overall thoughts, Trev. First and foremost, what was your first initial reaction when you saw because like we kind of knew what the schedule was going to look like. There's been rumors that Stanford was going to be the 12th team for a while. The only question was, how would the schedule get put together? And a lot of times it's how that's put together is even more important than who you play. It's like the 2023 schedule wasn't necessarily hard, abnormally hard from the standpoint of who they played, but the order in which games were played with no bye forever and just back to back to back to back, and then the night games. So that was what we were waiting on, was really that. So now that it's there, Trev, what are some of your thoughts on that game?
Yeah, when I first dove into this schedule, the thing, first and foremost, that was glaring was the early bye week, which I don't love. I don't love them playing a game on the road and then having an entire week off and then jumping into 6 straight games when the first part of your schedule is arguably the more tumultuous in comparison to the second half. Right. I mean, you look at the first 6 games that they play after the bye week, their first bye week, they're at home against an SEC team. Yes, they're at home against Purdue, but I got to believe that Purdue is going to be better than what they were this past year. Like I said before in a previous show, if Purdue started last in all of 2024, if they started their season with a 34-0 head start, they would finish 6-6. So I find it really, really hard to believe that they're going to be the same or worse. So you host a Big Ten team. Then the week after that, you travel back into SEC country. You play Arkansas. Then you're at home against Boise State. You have back-to-back opponents that you've never faced before as a program. Then you're at home against NC State. They went 6-7, played in a bowl game this past year. Then you obviously have rivalry weekend where you have USC at home before your next bye week. And so for me, I don't love the early bye week for a handful of reasons. It makes the team kind of hard to get into a little bit of a rhythm. It throws different things off, especially when you're traveling week 1. It puts you into a different funk before you do have your home opener. So there's a lot of different factors in there for me. So, it was interesting seeing the bye week. I do love the diversity, though, of their schedule, right? I love that they played 2 SEC teams, 2 Big Ten teams. Obviously, they have that little contract with the ACC where they play 6 of their opponents. They obviously still play Navy, and then they play a Mountain West team in Boise State. I like that this schedule is an upgrade from where it was at this past season, right? But again, if last season taught us anything, you never know what these teams are going to end up being, right? I mean, you don't know in the back half of your schedule. They're at Boston College, Navy, at Pitt, home against Syracuse, and at Stanford.
Yeah.
You never know what that brings, but I would be shocked if they did like an Army, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm at initially with their schedule, Brian.
I love that point you make, Trev, because like if we would have said like last year, like their last 5 games, they're going to play 2 really good teams in their last 5 games of the year. We would have assumed it was going to be Florida State and USC, not Army and Navy. You know what I mean? And then USC was a 6-6 team, and Florida State was one of the worst teams at the Power 4 level, if not the worst team at the Power 4 level. They were so bad last year. But so to your point, like we look at them like, bam, Boise State, they went 12-2. Well, how good is Boise going to be without Ashton Genty? We're going to find that out. They may still be just as good. They may be more diverse. They may do things differently. We don't know the answer to that. We look at it and say, well, USC, how good are they going to be? We never know how good USC is going to be. Miami's got some key losses. So I kind of had a thought of it. Like, I like the fact that there's some top teams on it, so you need some resume builders. At Miami is going to, I think, be a resume builder. I'll have a lot more to say about Miami in the offseason as we kind of get deeper into it and as we find out who all the teams are. I mean, there's still portal pickups that teams are going to make. There's still guys that teams are going to lose, because of just how slimy the business is. What was the kid that transferred last year to Louisville, the running back, and then all of a sudden just kind of up and bails and he ends up at UCF? I mean, Tyler Barron goes to Louisville and then all of a sudden bails and goes to, I think, Miami, right? Did he go to Ole Miss? I think Miami. But you have a lot of that. So there's still a lot of that's going to get shaken out. But you expect Miami to still be good. And the last time Notre Dame played down there, they got their booties kicked by Miami. Now, they have since kind of exercised those demons in that stadium a little bit with the win over Penn State in that stadium. But it is kind of interesting, too, that 2 of their 3 games are going to be in Miami at that stadium. But looking at it, I'm normally against the early buy, Trev. I really am. And I don't love it even this year, but they made it work to a degree. And the reason I say that is because they have that Sunday game. I don't love the idea of a really quick turnaround playing anybody. I mean, if we learned anything last year, there is no gimme in week 2. You know what I mean? Like, there's no gimme in week 2. And so, you get that Miami game. You can build all your offseason, your whole fall camp can be geared towards that Miami game. And if you go on the road and lose, you've got a week to kind of lick your wounds and overcome it, get past it. That would actually concern me more if they lose the game than if they win it. Because I feel like if you lose it now, you got to sit in that funk for like 2 weeks before you get a chance to exercise those demons. If you win the game, then it's like, okay, we can recalibrate, regroup. You don't have to worry about a short week against anybody that week. Get back on track and then get ready for A&M. The thing about it is, 2 things about it. Number one is I like the fact that there is a 6-game stretch in there that's going to be kind of tough, but there's only 1 road game in that stretch of 6 games, which I find interesting. So even though it's a tough 6-game stretch, there's only 1 trip that you're going to have to make. Then you get a bye, and then you play 5 games. And the thing I like about the makeup of the schedule is no back-to-back road games. That's important for me. You actually, you have your first road game, and then you don't have another road game for 4 weeks, and then you don't have another road game after that for 4 weeks, and then you're on the road 3 of your last 5 weeks. But one of those trips is to Boston, and one of those trips is to Pittsburgh. So Notre Dame's not actually doing as much of the crazy travel in November that we've seen in the past. Where in the past, we'd see them go to Boston 1 week and then go out to L.A. the very next week. Or this past year, they go to New York 1 week, and then the very next week, they're out in L.A. 2015, they played in Boston in game 11, and then the very next week, they're flying out after Thanksgiving to California to play Stanford. They don't have that this year. The game before Thanksgiving is going to be at home. So you're going to have senior day at home. The game before that's going to be Pittsburgh. That's about as easy of a road trip as you can make. As far as like not Pitt being easy, but as far as the travel, it's not a very far road trip. It's a very quick flight. You're home much earlier than you're normally home after games, especially if it's a day game, which Notre Dame in November, if they're as good as we think they're going to be, it doesn't really matter who they're playing. It'll probably be a night game.
Right.
If that even adds to it, is because now you don't have that crazy long trip back home. And then the game at Boston is, it's after a bye week. It'll be a week of rest and recovery. The only thing you don't love is that Navy game right in between those. But I never love where Navy's placed, honestly. I always like having the bye after playing Navy, but obviously that wasn't going to happen this year based on the way the schedule's put together. So those are some observations I made, Trev, is like we're on the same page. I don't like the week 2 bye. I like that once you get playing, I want to keep playing at least for 2-3 games. But I do think that with that being said, they made the most of the early bye. You know what I mean? Like, because you could have said, okay, bye week, 3 or 4, but at some point in time, you're going to be like, okay, now you're going to have 2 quick buys in a row, or you're going to have a bye too late. So I think those are a couple observations I have. I don't love the week 2 bye, but I actually think Notre Dame did a nice job around it because you are going to have 2 really tough games to start the season, right? Like you nailed it. Like the start to this season is going to be really tough. I mean, Purdue is probably not going to be much better this year. I mean, with all due respect to Barry Odom, that's a big turnaround he's got to make, and a lot of his best players hit the portal. That's a complete rebuild he has in front of him. But the rest of it, I mean, those are all potentially good football teams. They're all bowl teams. How much better is A&M going to be? I don't know if Miami's going to be better next year than they were this year. I don't know if they're going to be slightly worse. It won't be much. They're not going to be as good at quarterback. I don't think Carson Beck's as good as Cam Ward, but I think they might be better in a couple other areas. You're going into year 3 or 4 of a coach's tenure, that type of stuff. Year 4, yeah, year 4 of Mario Cristobal's tenure. But then you get that bye week in between, and then you got that tough game against A&M. So you're going to have a first-time starter against Miami. He gets to kind of go through that experience, and then you get an extra week to prep to overcome those type of things. And then you're home for 2 weeks. Then you're at Arkansas. Then you got Boise, NC State, and USC, and then you get that bye. So even though I don't love it, I do think the layout of it is pretty good. The only back-to-back, like brutal back-to-back games is got a bye in between of them. I mean, that might be the two best teams are going to play next year. Now, maybe Boise's still as good as they were this year. Maybe USC takes a big jump. Maybe Syracuse can build on their 10-win season. They were very good last year. I mean, there's a lot of maybe what ifs, Arkansas, whatever. But what we know now, I think you could make a case that the two best teams are going to play next year are your first two games. And so they've put a bye in between it. I like that, and I like the fact that there's no back-to-back road games. I absolutely love the fact there's no back-to-back road games. I mean, selfishly, that's good for me, but I'm more referring to for Notre Dame. And I think the November travel schedule with two of those games being shorter trips. I mean, Boston's not an easy trip, but it's not a crazy trip either. It's a straight shot across. And then Pitt's a real easy road trip as well. I think the schedule's laid out pretty nicely. Senior Day will be against Syracuse this year. That's the other thing. It's the second time in 4 years they will have Senior Day against Syracuse. 2021 Senior Day was against Syracuse as well.
I'm going to be interested to see which team, because odds are more likely than not there's going to be a team in the back half of their schedule that is better than what they were expected to be at the start of the year. Right now, and there's a lot of work that I need to do and take a look at who's returning and who's coming back. Again, that's more stuff to get into as the postseason goes on, because who knows who
it's going to be fun though, right?
Oh,
I mean,
it's going to, yeah.
Like you look at Pitt and you're like, they were 7-6, but like go look at what Pitt was before Eli Holstein got banged up.
Mm-hmm.
They were a different team before he got banged up. What will Bill O'Brien do in year 2?
Right.
Can Trey Taylor finally get Stanford turned around? I mean, there's going to be a lot of fun storylines for us to explore during this offseason, Trevor. When you could, to your point, when we look at these teams, like there's a lot of, I'm not sure about that team.
Right.
Like they could go one way or the other. And that's the nature of this portal era, Trevor, is there's a lot more fluctuation amongst teams from year to year. A team that you don't think is going to be very good has a great portal offseason, and then boom, they're a much better team, or vice versa.
Yeah. Yep. It's going to be interesting to dive into. But sticking on the topic of, the front part of their schedule being what it is, right? You have first game 1 down in Miami. You have the bye week. And then in whoever it is, whether it's Angeli, Minchie, or Carr, their first start at home is coming against Mike Elko in year 2 against an SEC team at Texas A&M, who I'm sure that they remember the double-digit loss that they had at home to open the season in 2024. So it kind of begs the question, like, is a front-loaded schedule in the 12-team playoff era, is it better? Is it impartial? When you take a look at Notre Dame's schedule here, Brian, what are some of your thoughts on that?
It's funny, Trev. My opinion on scheduling has changed a little bit in this 12-team playoff era. And part of it is because of what happened this year. I mean, Notre Dame had that early loss to a okay Northern Illinois team, but not one that has any business beating Notre Dame. And they went on a run, and by the end of the year, there was enough happened that they got into the 12-team playoff. And we thought that you and I thought they were going to still get in. It was just the chance of getting in, as long as they won out, we thought they were going to get in. Now, at that time, the question about whether they could win out was a legitimate question, but we felt that they're not out of the playoff. They've got to run the table. They'll still be in, but you're probably looking at like a 9, 10, 11 seed, something like that, where you're going to be going on the road. And then obviously things played out in a way where Notre Dame got a home game. But, you look at it and say, you've got to, you go 1-1 against those two teams, minimum. That's a start where it's like, okay, well, you were 1-1 last year with a road win over A&M and a home loss to Northern Illinois. What's going to look better on the resume, that or a road loss to Miami and a home win over A&M, or vice versa? And so now you're already kind of ahead of the 8 ball. In the past, I was kind of like, I like a strong opponent in week 1, and then I like a little bit of fluff in between, and then maybe week 4 or 5, you start then ramping up again. And I kind of liked having a couple really tough opponents in November. I felt like that was how you kind of built momentum and how you built your resume and all that kind of stuff. And I've changed my opinion on that a little bit. I still think you need at least one tough game in November. But now it's like when you think about it, starting November 1st, so like coming out of the bye week, Notre Dame will have played 7 games. If the season goes how we hope it's going to go, they're still going to have 9 games left. And the games in the last 4 are going to be brutal. And so now I don't love the idea of having a really tough November because you don't get a whole lot of time off before that in your first round playoff game since Notre Dame doesn't get a bye. So as long as you get some competition in November, but not like brutal, like, man, every game is a dogfight, man. It's just a battle. It's like you're going down to the wire and it's physical. And there are some teams that could potentially be physical. But as long as it's not that, I kind of like, because there's going to be, I mean, Syracuse, Fran Brown's not going anywhere. You know, Pat Narduzzi's team is going to be quality. I think last year was a bit of a, last year as in 2023, wasn't an anomaly season for them. The 3-9, just kind of everything went wrong. I think this past year was more in line with what to expect from Pitt, you know, consistently 7 to 8 win team. Every now and then they'll have that really good senior laden team. BC is going to be, I mean, I think Bill O'Brien did a much better job this year than I thought he was going to do at BC. I mean, I didn't think he had the roster to be a bowl team, and they were not only a bowl team, they were a couple plays here and there in other games. I mean, they blew a big lead against Louisville, you know, and had a shot to win that game. So there's some quality games, but there's not like, you know, 05 USC on, or 06 USC on the road.
Right.
You know, 2011 Stanford on the road, where you're just last 3-4 games, you're just playing a gauntlet of a schedule. And then you're so dang tired that extra time in between your first round playoff game just doesn't give you enough time to recover. And that's kind of where I look at it. So I used to think, give me softer up front to get my team going and then tougher later. I've kind of changed that a little bit in the new era of the 12-team playoff.
Well, it makes sense too, right? Because to your point, instead of just having to win 2 games or back in the BCS era, like 1 game to reach the national championship stage or win the national championship, you now have to play, especially in Notre Dame's case, you have to play 3 games just to make it there, right? Which is something that we saw this past season. So, you know, for me, when I go through and I look at it, I would rather have, if there's going to be a potential for a loss. Now, if there's anything that 2024 showed us, anybody can beat you on any given weekend if you don't prepare mentally and physically the right way. And that's not just specific to Notre Dame.
Thank you. Yeah.
Like that isn't, right? You're not going to tell me that teams like Alabama expected to go down to Norman and lose to that team by 20.
Ohio State against Michigan.
Right. So, and when you go and you look at the schedule, because that's some of the comps that I've seen. Well, Ohio State was able to lose in the last week of the regular season, so host a home playoff game. It's like, that is correct. However, they had a 1-point road loss to the number 1 team in the country by 1 point. They beat a ranked top 5 Penn State team in Happy Valley, and they beat a top 5 team in Indiana at home. As of right now, you look at Notre Dame's schedule, and they're not going to have that. They might, but I don't know if I look at the schedule, there's going to be more research that I have to do and dive into it. I don't see a 2024 IU on this schedule. Now, mind you, I don't think Ohio State was looking at their schedule after the 2023 season and thought IU was going to do what they were going to do either. But for me, long story short, I would rather have the potential for a loss being early because there's more of new defensive coordinator, new starting quarterback, you know, all of this list of things. It's like, okay, that's something that the committee or even us as fans might be able to sympathize with in week 1 or 2. But it's hard to say, well, I mean, they have a first-year starting quarterback. It's like, well, he's played 9 games. So, you know what I mean? At some point, the rhythm has to start gelling. So I do think in this playoff era, it is more beneficial to have your tougher games kind of front-loaded. Because on the flip side of that coin, the other tough teams, like the really big-name programs like a Miami, like a Texas A&M, they're not at their peak either, right? And so it's more of an even playing field, I guess, if that makes sense. So some of the issues that Notre Dame is going to be having, it's going to be some of the same that Miami and Texas A&M have as well.
And if you're going to play a tougher opponent in November, have it be at home. And I think that's also true. As I looking at the schedule now, I think the 2 toughest teams in the final 5 games are Syracuse and Navy. based off what they were last year and the projecting.
Right.
You could maybe throw Pitt in there. You and I felt during the season that Pitt was strong start. It was a little smoke and mirrors. I mean, they were good, but they weren't as good as they looked early, and they weren't as bad as they looked late. Like, I mean, they just weren't. But I think, based on what we know of these teams, Navy and Syracuse are the two best teams that are going to play next year in November. And you get them at home. I would much rather play Miami week 1 than Miami in week 12 or game 12, where you've got to now, after you've had 10, 11 games under your belt, you now have, like Notre Dame did in 1989. You play that brutal schedule during the regular season, just a grueling schedule that Notre Dame had to play. I've talked about this before. Notre Dame played they beat 7 top 15 teams that year. Excuse me, 7 top 20 teams last year. You had to play Virginia in the opener. Virginia finished the year ranked 18th in the coaches poll. You played number 2 Michigan on the road in week 2. Michigan finished number 7. You played Michigan State that next week. Michigan State finished ranked 16th. Purdue and Stanford weren't very good back then. And then you have to go on the road and you have to play at Air Force, who was a pretty good team back then. Finished that year 8-4, 8-4-1 under Fisher DeBerry. Then you got to play number 9 USC the next week. USC finished that year ranked 8th. Then you've got to play Pitt the next week, who at the time was ranked 7th. They finished the year ranked 17th. And like the schedule was just brutal. You have to play at Penn State, and they finished the year 15th. And then after all that, you've got to go down on November 25th after Thanksgiving and play Miami at Miami, right? Like that's just kind of like, you want to get that game at home late in the year. So I would much rather have a game like that early than play a game like that late. And if you do play a really good team late, and I think that Syracuse, Navy, Pitt are the 3 best options to be really good next year, I would probably put Syracuse and Navy at the top of that list. They're both at home. And that's my thing is, like, who knows how that 89 season turns out if Notre Dame, is playing at home against Miami instead of on the road. If they'd have flipped the 88 and 89 schedules, maybe Notre Dame doesn't win it in 88, but they would have won it in 89, that kind of thing. So that part of it I like, Trev. And it's challenging enough to where there's no national title contenders on the schedule. I don't think any of those teams are going to be preseason top 10. Miami, might have the best shot because of the Carson Beck transfer, whether you agree with it or not. That may give them the perception to be a top 10 team. They'll be ranked in the top 25. A&M will probably be ranked in the top 25 by that point in time. So you're going to have, I think Boise might have a shot if they keep winning. If they show that they're able to win without Ashton, could get ranked. NC State, who knows what they're going to be, man. Like, Dave Doran's one of those weird coaches that if they're ranked low next year in the ACC, they're going to concern me. But if they're ranked high, they're going to fall off. That's his MO. USC, what are they going to be? We don't know. But so we don't know if there's any like legit title contenders, but there's a lot of good teams on the schedule. And that's, I think, good for Notre Dame because, again, you're not fighting for a bye. You just need to worry about getting in. And I think this is a schedule that, depending on who you lose to and when, this is a year where 10-2 probably still gets you in the playoff, in my opinion. It just may not get you a home game. So I like how it's built. And that's why I say if you can just get through that first 2-game schedule, no worse than 1-1, you got a pretty good shot at being no worse than 10-2 based on what we know of the team now. But again, there's a lot we're going to have to learn about teams. So overall, Trev, I like the makeup of the schedule. I don't love it because, again, your first 2 games with a new quarterback are against really tough teams. If Notre Dame had a returning starter coming back at quarterback, I'd love the way it's laid out. I'm like, look, you're fresh. You got your veteran. You guys are going to be rolling early. Go knock those teams off early, and then you're rolling after that. It's just the circumstance of this team with new starters at quarterback and a new defensive coordinator and that type of thing. It's a little bit more nerve-wracking-ish, I guess, is the way to say it, that they're going to start off the way that they did. They are.
It adds a little bit to the unknown. That's already some of the unknown of Notre Dame's offseason so far. But listen, guys, we're going to have a lot more coming out about Notre Dame's 2025 schedule. like we said, there's a lot more that we have to figure out about these teams that have been listed on the schedule. And there's still some things that we have to find out about Notre Dame, right? Who's the defensive coordinator going to be? What's his quarterback battle going to start looking like? Who are going to be some of the replacements that step up to replace guys like Xavier Watson, Riley Mills, and right? So there's going to be a lot. But we still have a lot more we got to cover in today's show, right? We're gonna take a look back in 2024. We're going to talk about expectations for 2025. So there's a lot that we have to get into. And then, of course, we are going to finish up with a mailbag. So if you guys want to post your questions in the chat, start throwing them in there. We'll have them all starred, and we'll know which ones to get to once we reach the end.
And FYI, Trevor, I'll see your 2024 Georgia schedule, and I'll raise you Notre Dame 1989. Just saying.
Hey, man.
Just saying. Right? That was a monster. And I didn't even get to the fact they had to play number 1 Colorado in the Orange Bowl. Beat them, by the way. That was a gauntlet of a schedule that year, man. Absolute gauntlet of a schedule.
Whenever you read it off, it's just like it's nuts. I mean,
they played the best team in the ACC who ranked in the top 25. They played the Big 12 winner who ranked number 4. They played the Big 10 champ who ranked number 7. They also played the number 16 team in the country in the Big 10. They beat the Pac-12 champs that year who finished number 8. I mean, you're just like, good Lord. Then they also had to play and lost to the number 1 team in the country, who's an independent team. Like that was they literally beat the champ of every Power 4 league except, what would it be like? What did I say? Like the Big 12? No, they did. Big 8, Colorado. Yeah. They beat ACC, Big 10. They didn't play the SEC champ, Arkansas. Okay. Whoop-de-doo.
Good Lord.
Yeah. It's a freaking crazy schedule.
That is definition of a gauntlet.
And the SEC wasn't quite the SEC back then. So, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that was a crazy schedule. Crazy schedule.
Well, look, guys, before we move on to the next part here, be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and share this podcast with your friends and family. Whichever platform you guys watch us on, be sure to leave us a 5-star review. We'd greatly appreciate it. And, of course, the best way to support what we do here at Irish Breakdown is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. All right, Brian, before we can officially turn the page, right, on the 2024 season, there's some things to look back on, and not necessarily specific performances or specific games, but you look at the season as a whole, right? And is 2024 kind of what vaults Notre Dame into the upper echelon of college football? Is that the new foundation that they have, the new standard, if you will, for this program? Or, like you mentioned in the first part of the show, are they going to fall more in line with the TCUs, the Michigans, right after they have their magical season? So there's a lot to dive into and talk to you about this one, Brian. So when you look back in 2024 and what this means moving forward, where do you start and where do you start looking at, man?
Yeah, Trev. So like the premise of this conversation for me is looking at it because, as I said, just to kind of set the stage, we have seen a lot over the years of teams that make the college football playoff or play for the championship will go and kind of have drop-offs the next year. And some of them are big and some of them are smaller. You know, Oregon plays for the title in 2014. The next year, they're still good, but they're 9-4, you know, and they're not close to a playoff team. And they finished the year number 19. Florida State goes 10-3. They finished number 14 that season. Ohio State was really good. Obviously, Alabama the next year went and won the championship. You know, so obviously there was a bit of a difference there. You look at, 2016, Alabama wins the title and Clemson and Oklahoma and Michigan State are all good football teams. And Oklahoma the next year is still good. They're really good again. Alabama and Clemson, obviously in 2016 were still very good. Both of them made the playoff next year. But then Michigan State goes from 12-2 and in the playoff to 3-9 the next year. I mean, just a giant drop off for that football team. You go look at the next year, 2017, and you have Alabama plays Washington, Clemson plays Ohio State. 3 of those teams were still pretty good the next year. And then, Washington comes out the next year and they're still good. They're 10-3, but they're top 16. They're not the same kind of team as they were the year before. And we kind of can just go through this the entire way, Trev, and just keep looking at it that same way and point to each year. There's just some team that tends to have a bit of a drop-off. Ironically, The one year where that didn't really happen was the year that I felt was one of the most worst playoff years, and that's 2017. They were all pretty good top 10 teams the next year. Nobody was obviously Clemson was the title team the next year, but Notre Dame in 2019 would have had a bigger drop off if their schedule was tougher. If we're being honest, Notre Dame in 2019 went 11-2 and only played 3 ranked teams all year. 2 of them beat them, 1 of them killed them, and the other one was Navy was the only other ranked team that they played. So, you get to it, you look at LSU and what they did in 2019 and the drop off that they had in 2019. They were one of the best teams ever. In my opinion, the next year they go 5-5. We've just kind of seen this year after year after year. Somebody that makes it to the Final Fours taking a step back. So is Notre Dame going to be that team? Was 2024 just sort of that dream season, that magical season? Or is it the beginning of things to come? And I think that it's worth discussing that before we talk about what our expectations for 2025. And so what we'll do here is discuss some, like you mentioned, Trev, you had already asked the question. I just wanted to set the stage a little bit first of what are the things that, what makes us think that this is the beginning of things to come? Because I think it's the beginning of things to come. That's just out there right now. Trev, you're shaking your head. Yes. You believe the same thing. We believe this is the beginning of things to come. So we're going to state our case of why that is. But then we're also going to talk about some of the potential pitfalls that could keep Notre Dame from becoming that team. And what that means is, what does it mean to build on 2024 success? Does that mean if you're not back in the title game next year, you didn't build on that success? I don't think that's what it means for me. You go to 9-3, 8-4, that's taking a big step back. You go 10-2 and you're either a playoff road team or you're a lower level playoff home team. You win a playoff game. Yeah, you lose the next round, or let's say you get the 11 seed and you play a really good team on the road as the 6 seed, and you get knocked off or something like that. I mean, yeah, it's not I wish they would have done better, but you're still kind of a really good team. You're still in the playoff. And so to me, that's the question is, you're still really good. This goes here, this happens there, and you're still really on that level, as opposed to becoming a 4-loss team the next year, like we saw with Oregon. I'm not at all concerned about a Michigan State type of drop off where they go 3-9 the next year. I'm not worried about a Notre Dame 2016 type of drop off. I'm not worried about a Florida State type of drop off. There's way too much talent in the coaching staff and on the roster, and the schedule's just not hard enough for that to be the case. But could I see a 4-loss season if things don't go well? I could see that. That would be the step back. A 3-loss season to me would be a bit of a step back for me. But can they maintain that? Okay, 10-2, you get your first year quarterback some his feet wet, and now you're 26. You're like, if the down year for Notre Dame is 10-2 and a 10 seed in the playoff, that's where you want to be, right? That's your down year. And that's the thing that we talk about when we look at can they build on that success? And then also part of building on that success is recruiting. And can they take advantage from a recruiting standpoint? Because right now they are. I mean, you had some big-time dudes on campus this weekend. I love the plan by the staff this week. They're already following up today. They're going to see Tiki Hola today. They're going to see Caden Finley today. They're going to see Braden Robinson today. They're going to get out and see a lot of these guys that were just on campus. That's good planning. But all of a sudden you go 8-4 that next year, and all of a sudden all those good vibes that you had from the playoff run are kind of, out the window. Go 10-2 again and just don't have any bad losses. Make the playoff, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, look, first year quarterback, new D coordinator, all the excuses are kind of built in, but Notre Dame's still really good. And that now you can keep building on that recruiting momentum. And so that's why I think it's also important to build on it, Trevor, is that. And why it's important to kind of focus on this. So I'll finally get to your question. I'll let you actually start. What are some of the reasons that we have, you and I agree, that Notre Dame is poised to keep this thing running and keep this thing just rolling? And the reason number one is the guy in charge of the program, right? I mean, we're not the people that just blindly follow everything Marcus Freeman does. That's why we had the conversation we did yesterday about the D coordinator hire. But outside of that, overall, he still earned my trust in that I may not like this, I may like this, but this team is still going to be pretty good because that's just who Notre Dame is going to be now under Marcus Freeman. Even though I'm not going to like every hire he made. I didn't like every hire that Kirby Smart made. I don't like every hire that Nick Saban made. I didn't like every hire that Urban Meyer made. I don't like every hire that Dabo Swinney makes. I'm not going to like every hire that Marcus Freeman makes. But that doesn't mean I still don't have faith that he's building something special here in Notre Dame. And that's reason number one, Trev.
Yeah, Brian, I think you said it best. I mean, the guy running the program is huge because you go back through and you look at, let's just take small sample size here, but let's look at Michigan's fall off, right? And we're going to get to the talent in a second, right? We're going to talk about the key pieces coming back and some of the similarities that we see in teams with continuity that make a national championship run or a deep playoff run, and they come back the following year and they're right back in that conversation because that's something that we haven't seen from Notre Dame yet. They make it to that big stage. Next season's underwhelming, right? And so you go through and you look at who's running this program, and Marcus Freeman is, and he is a very quickly ascending, very young head coach in college football. As weird as it sounds, some of the reasons why I'm very confident that this team is going to continue to elevate and continue to improve is Marcus Freeman's going into his fourth year, not just at Notre Dame, but being a head coach ever, right? There's a lot of things that he's going to have to continue to learn and continue to adjust. It's still only the second year of a 12-team college football playoff. And yes, Notre Dame made it to the final game in the first year of the 12-team playoff, but it could look different. Preparation could look different. This year, like we just got done talking about, you have a bye in week 2, right? And so you go through and you start looking at what does this mean? Notre Dame at the tippy top is maintaining a level of consistency, right, with Marcus Freeman. And he has instilled a great culture here because I see it in the chat. After every game, you talk through what Marcus Freeman has instilled in this football team, the things that he believes in, right? That's a constant. The things that help them get through 2024 are the things that are going to help get them through 2025. Brian, you said it in a couple of shows ago about Marcus Freeman became his best and started becoming the best version of himself when he kept with a consistent message, right? And those are lessons that you're going to continue to learn and you're going to continue to see because that lesson was something he learned after Clemson. You know what I mean? In 2023, it's not something that he's been doing since 2022. And Notre Dame just had this magical run of they had 25 seniors and they have X amount of people entering the NFL draft. And it was just one of those, you know what I mean? And so for me, you look at who's running this program and who's leading this program at the top, and he's coming back and he's a very, very fast ascending head coach. It makes you confident for what comes back in 2025, Brian.
And Marcus Freeman has also showed that he's a guy that if there's a hire that doesn't work out, he'll work kind of quickly to make sure that it's better the next time. So let's just say they hire Chris Ash and it doesn't work out. I still think that this next season is going to be a good one because they can just out-talent people. I mean, you look at their schedule, there's maybe two teams on the roster, on the schedule that have their talent, 3 at the most. There's no way they're going 0-3 against those teams to be 9-3. I mean, that should not happen. And my issues with Chris Ash are, is he a championship caliber coach? I understand he won a championship at Ohio State, not because of the defense, right? He's not, oh my God, that guy is going to be the next Brian Van Gorder, as we stated yesterday. And so that's kind of the thing that I look at and say, even that, if I'm right on that, that's not something that's going to necessarily drag the program down to where they're an 8-4 team next year, in my opinion. But even if it's not a good hire, then you expect Marcus Freeman to be the kind of guy that's going to move on quickly, which he has done with coaches in the past. Where, hey, as soon as I realize you ain't it, you're gone. And we've seen that with multiple coaches in the past. So that's another reason why. But then the other one is talent, Trevor. I mean, this team is still really talented. And I would argue, and I'm very curious what the chat feels about this. I want to get your guys' feelings on this. But I think the roster, I think as a team, top to bottom, they're going to be even more physically talented next year than they were this year. Not at every position. Like I don't know that they'll be as talented at D tackle this year without someone like a Riley Mills. I don't think anyone on the D tackle depth chart, unless Armel Mookum has sort of that light goes on moment this offseason, I don't think anyone at D tackle has Riley Mills' ability. I think linebacker, they're going to be more talented. They're not going to be as experienced without Jack Kaiser in one spot, but every other position in linebacker is going to be way more experienced. You're losing a Jack Kaiser, and you're adding Madden Faremo, Anthony Saka, and Ko Okia. And you get Kahanukia back also coming off the knee injury. You know, so it's like kind of like a 4-for-1 trade, and then everybody else has more talent. You're losing Xavier Watts, but you're adding Jalen Stroman and Jadon Blair and Ethan Long and Brandon Logan. You know what I mean? And it's like you already lost Benjamin Morrison. You've already had to deal with not having Benjamin on the roster. You know what that looks like. I'm looking at this from the standpoint of kind of like where Notre Dame was going into the playoff. You know, like you lose Bo Collins, Jaden Thomas, and Deion Colsey. You replace them with Malachi Fields, Will Paulson, Scrap Richardson, Elijah Burris, and Jerome Bettis Jr., plus younger guys ascending. You know, are they going to be as talented at tight end next year? Maybe not. You're replacing Mitchell Evans with James Flanagan. I don't expect James Flanagan as a true freshman to be as talented as Mitchell Evans was, but you're not going to have a huge drop-off, especially if Cooper Flanagan can come back healthy. Running back, you're going to be every bit as good as you were this year because you're bringing everybody back, and they're all older. Quarterback, I think, depending on who starts, you could have more passing talent for sure. You won't have the runner, but again, you won't need it because you've got that loaded backfield. Start giving more carries to the running backs and less to the quarterback. Offensive line is going to be more talented than what we saw most of the year because, Jagasol hopefully is going to be healthy all year. Hopefully Ashton Craig comes back healthy. Emil's going to have a year under his belt. Knapp hopefully can move inside where he's more comfortable. He's got a year under his belt. Even if Anthony Knapp stays a left tackle, a move I'm not a fan of, he's still going to be better next year than he was this year because he now has all that experience under his belt. Right? So you look at across the board, Trevor, and you're just like, God-given talent, they lost some dudes. I mean, Xavier Watts is literally one of the best safeties to ever play for Notre Dame. He's one of the best players that Notre Dame's ever had on defense. That's a big blow. And Riley Mills and Howard Cross are big losses. The Howard Cross we got in the playoff is not indicative of what he was most of his career because he just wasn't healthy. But when those two guys were healthy, that was really good. That's a drop-off. But when you look at it, Riley Leonard's that's a loss. But when you look at where they've recruited in recent years and where the roster is, they're going to be younger at some spots. But the overall God-given talent of this team, in my opinion, is going to be better than it was this past year. Partly because the freshman class will be a year older. I like the portal class a lot. We're going to talk more about that tomorrow. I really like this portal class. And then you look at the incoming freshman class at certain spots. I mean, how many teams can lose to Xavier Watts and say, we're replacing him on the roster with Jadon Blair? Not that he's going to be Jadon, I mean, he's going to be Xavier as a freshman, but I'm just talking just talent. That's what great teams do. Notre Dame is not in a rebuild mode anymore under Marcus Freeman. They're in a reload mode now. Like, no one's thinking like Ohio State's going to be 8-4 next year with all the losses they had. No, they're like, I don't know if they're going to win the title, but they're going to be really flipping good because they're just, they lost it. Yeah, but look who's coming down the pike. They lose this. Yeah, they lose Jack Sawyer and they lose JT, but they got Elbert Houston coming down the pike. They got Kenyatta Jackson coming down the pike. I mean, that's what great teams do. And that's where I expect Notre Dame to be now. Not in theory, well, you're in year 4, Marcus, this is where you should be. And no, I'm looking at the roster and saying they're in reload mode now with the roster they have. That's the difference between what we've seen in past years where they would lose guys and you're just like, Julian Love leaves and you're just like, there's a pretty big drop-off between Julian Love and whoever's stepping in for him. You lose Miles Boykin and you go from Miles Boykin to what replaced him in 2019. There was a big drop-off. Chase had to take so much more of that burden. They're not in that position anymore. Now it's just like, reload. Let's go. You lose a quarterback that was phenomenal for your team this year. You don't get the championship without him, and you replace him with a CJ Carr, a Kenny Minchie, or a Steve Angeli. A lot of people would love to be in that situation. And that's where I'm at with this one is I think they're reloading. I think that the reason that I think 24 is just the beginning is because I look at this roster, Trevor, and you're just like, man, there's some dudes in there, man. This team is going to be just fine. You just got to make sure you get the culture built right and all those kind of things, which we'll talk about here in a minute. But that's my next biggest reason right there, Trevor. And this kind of ties in with number one because Marcus Freeman's the driver of recruiting that talent. But I think this is a loaded football team for next year.
You know, the biggest thing for me, building off of your point of having the depth of talent, is Notre Dame also didn't have that major overhaul that Michigan last year experienced, that TCU the year before that experience. You know, like, I mean, TCU lost Max Duggan and Kendre Miller and Quentin Johnston. And, you know, Notre Dame lost some heavy hitters too. But you go and you look at the bulk of that offense, right? Their offense was Max Duggan and Quentin Johnston and Kendre Miller. You know what I mean? You go and you look at what Michigan lost. Not only did they lose Jim Harbaugh, they lost handful of offensive linemen. They lost J.J. McCarthy. They lost Blake Corum. They lost both of their starting wide receivers, right? So you go through and you look at what Notre Dame brings back, and you can compare it to other Notre Dame teams. You know, you look at 2012 as, you know, they made the national championship and they had an undefeated regular season. And, you know, in 2013, you don't have Everett. You know, you had a handful of players suspended for academic reasons. You know, you don't have Kavari Russell on defense. You had an overhaul. You lost Capron Lewis Moore. You lost Manti Te'o. You lost Zeke Mata. You know, you lost on offense. You lost Theo Riddick and Sierra Wood and Tyler Eifert. And, you know, so all of these guys you lost, which was the core of your team, they lost pieces of the core, right? Like Riley Leonard, great for what he was for Notre Dame's offense and that team specifically. You know, you lose Xavier Watts, back-to-back All-American, should have been a unanimous All-American in 2024. Different conversation for a different day. You know, you lose Jack Kaiser, who's been a leader of that defense really every single year since like 2021. You know, you lose.
He
Riley
has been
Mills.
around so long.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I knew it it hit me when I went to the Virginia game. It was my first game in the press box with you guys. And they were talking to him about like some of the visitors that came, you know, and I thought like Robert Hainsey was there, Ian Book was there, and he's like, yeah, I played with all those guys, and you know, it was awesome seeing him in the locker room. I was like, good Lord,
and he wasn't even a freshman when their careers were over.
I know
he was
they're like
second-year player when they left, right?
I know he was a sophomore academically when they left, but you know, but you go through and you look, and it's not like they lost everyone, right? Like it's not like the previous seasons where it's like, well, Greathouse is gone and Love is gone and Gray's gone and Moore's gone and Bryce Young is gone. Like
they're not going through what Ohio State's going through with all their losses. But sorry, my wife just texted me something that I was not expecting. So I'm gonna tell you what she said in a minute, Trev. But like Ohio State's losing a lot, but you expect them to reload because you look at what they've recruited. The big thing for Michigan was not only did they lose a ton, but you looked at their recruiting in years leading up to that season, and you knew this was going to be a step back season because they hadn't recruited the same way. Their last couple recruiting classes weren't as good as they needed to be. And so that was, I thought, interesting. But that's also where Notre Dame is more with where Ohio State was, where they've just got their most recent recruiting classes have all been really strong, really deep, really balanced. And Michigan was a lot like some of those past Notre Dame teams that were really good, where you just kind of looked at the roster and you're like, that's going to be a problem. You know, like you went from, you know, Max Redfield and Elijah Shoemate starting at safety to Drew Tranquil and Avery Sebastian. You know, it's like, it's kind of a big drop off. You know what I mean? Like it was a pretty big drop off. And you go from having, you know, Troy Pride at starting cornerback to Clarence Lewis the next year cornerback. You know what I mean? Like that's a big drop off, and that's no disrespect to Clarence Lewis. And so this now it's like you're just kind of like, man, you're just, you lose this guy and you're just reloading, and then now you got this guy, and that's the difference between like a Notre Dame and Ohio State, and then like what Michigan went through and what LSU went through when they won their title. You knew that next year was going to be rough. because they were losing so much, and there was uncertainty of who's going to be the next in line at a lot of those positions. And I think that's what makes Notre Dame very different, in my opinion.
One other thing that I just thought about for why I feel confident going into next year too, and this does have to do with the schedule and how they played this past season. I mean, you go through and you look, and really outside of that game on September 7th, the way that they won their games is also a reason why I feel confident moving forward. Because you look at a 2012 and they're beating teams like Michigan 13-6. You know, they're kind of coming down to the wire against a BYU. You know, and you look at what 2012 was, and it was a magical season. Same thing as 2024, but for completely different reasons. But the way that they dominated opponents and the fashion that they won. I mean, we talked early on about how many games like Riley Leonard just didn't play in the third and fourth quarter. You know, and so all of that gives you a little bit of hope that this team is now taking that step to dominating people, doing what Ohio State did to those lackluster teams on their schedule. So kind of a minor one for me, but you go back through and you look at teams that do that to opponents on their schedule. Typically the following year, there's not some monumental drop-off, because Alabama did that and Clemson did that to teams on their schedules, and Ohio State and teams like that remain consistent and at the top. So that's
Trev, when I went through all the teams that had fall-offs in year from one great year to the next, it was an Oregon, it was Michigan State's, it was Washington's. You had the one LSU year where LSU was not a dominant team in the years leading up to the title run, and they weren't a dominant team after. I mean, they had some good teams, but they were never like legit title contenders in the 3, 4, 5 years before that. And a couple top 10 teams, but again, very limited offensively. There were that great defense, but they weren't teams you looked at and were like, boy, that team, whew, you know. And it hasn't been the powers, and that's what Notre Dame has to prove next year, Trevor's, that they're not Michigan. They're not Cincinnati. You know, they're not TCU. They're not one of those, we just had that magical season. No, we are Clemson of the 20 teams. We are Alabama. We are Ohio State. We are Georgia. You know, where Georgia's quote-unquote down year is an 11-2 season where they win the SEC. That's a down year for Georgia. You know, that's what you're trying to get to. That's what you're trying to build to, and that's what Notre Dame has a chance to prove this season, where you went 10-2, and that was a bit of a down year. You understand why it was a bit of a down year, but then you're so excited about that next year, and not in a Brian Kelly wait till next year type of mode, but where you're just evaluating the roster and being like, this team is still going to be pretty flipping good, but man, next year it could be really special. And those are things that I look at is that's what we think this team is going to be. Now they have to go prove it. And so that's a great place. You got a head coach that you believe in, and you've got a really talented roster. And not that, gee, I hope this guy plays out of his mind, or I hope that guy plays out of his mind. It's just like, dude, you be you, and we'll be fine. That's what that's what your message is. And that's what that's what I'm excited about with this team. And then of course money. Notre Dame is got money to spend, and they're spending it. And that's whatever you want to say. That's in this world of college football, that's where you've got to be. You've got to be able to spend the money. You've got to spend the money for your coaching staff. You got to spend the money for talent acquisition. You got to spend the money to take care of your players so they don't want to go anywhere else. I mean, that's the other thing too, is and Al Golden had a very interesting comment yesterday. And I want to try to pull it up when he was being interviewed by the Bengals. And I want to pull this up real quick. Give me a second to find this, because I thought this was really fascinating. So just give me 1 second, Trev, where he basically was talking about how Notre Dame, why Notre Dame kind of was a little bit different, and some of the things they had to deal with. And I just want to explain or show this real quick. So just give me 1 second. All right. Let me see here. Okay, let me see if I can find. Well, we'll keep talking about it. But basically the point that he was making was Notre Dame was they were shielded from some of that stuff because of the culture at Notre Dame, where, the money that's being thrown around at players and things like that is just, it's a little bit different than what it is at other places, to where, the kids are, obviously the money and all those things are kind of important, but it's the culture that's been established is one where there's a bigger purpose in mind. And that's something that I think is very important as well when you're talking about establishing it. But you still have to say, I don't care what your culture is. If a school's offering a kid $1 million and you're like, well, we can only offer you $100K. Peace. It's been real. Thanks for the opportunity, but I'm out. You know what I mean? Like, that's just reality. And most people would do that. If you loved your job and you were making $100,000 and somebody else offered you the opportunity to do the same exact job at a different place for 10 times your salary, peace. You know what I mean? So those are all parts of it that make me think this team is in a good place, Trev. There are some concerns, though. There are some potential pitfalls that are at least need to be talked about in regard to whether or not they actually can accomplish this. And the reason number one, Trev, is can they stay hungry? And that starts at the top and it goes down. And at the top, it's the danger we've seen in the past with Notre Dame coaches. When they become kind of celebrities, they start leaning more and more and more into that part of the job, and they lose sight of what got them there from a coaching, a culture, a program, an open door, a relationships type of thing, to where now you become the guy that's not around as much. That's one of my biggest fears with a young coach like Marcus Freeman is, don't forget what got you here. Don't forget who got you here. Now that you're a celebrity, now that everybody loves you, now that everybody wants you on their TV, everybody wants you to speak at them, don't forget what got you here. And don't lose sight of the fact that you being around the players all the time, you being that father figure to the players, you being that example of what a good husband and a good father is, and all those kind of things. You can't be that if you're not there. That's something that I'm a little concerned about. Staying hungry about winning and not being as hungry about, let me go be that celebrity. That happened to Lou Holtz. It happened to Charlie Weiss. And it definitely happened to Brian Kelly. Hopefully it doesn't happen to Marcus Freeman.
You can't start putting exposure over results, right? Like, look, if you win at the level that Marcus Freeman did in 2024, a lot of that's going to come organically. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you continue to perform and put your team on that stage, like, look at Nick Saban. Nick Saban was asked to go on every show, every sports show, Sports Center, NFL Today, all of these different shows because of the success that he had on the field. And that's something that you have to continue to be present if you're Marcus Freeman and the rest of his coaching staff, to be completely honest with you. I mean, it even goes down to players. You had guys like Riley Leonard and Jeremiah Love going on RG3's podcast, and the more success that you have, the bigger of a name that you have, you're going to ask to go and be more exposed to the public eye.
Yeah.
Right. And that performance on the field, your preparation mentally, physically cannot take a back seat to that.
Now, we're not saying that it's bad for them to go on those things.
Right.
It's make sure that as you become someone who's more in demand, that you don't lose sight. I mean, hey, look, Tom Brady, nobody I've seen in my life during their playing career did more commercials than Peyton Manning. I mean, that dude was on like a million commercials. Pat Mahomes is on a bunch of commercials. Dude's still winning, right? Because this is the time for this, and this is the time to work. It's a little bit more challenging for younger players to do that. And Notre Dame as an institution and as a football program is going to have to make sure that they have systems in place to make sure that players have help getting these opportunities. Because in an NIL world, Jeremiah Love needs to take advantage of that exposure. Leonard Moore needs to take advantage of that exposure. There's nothing wrong with that. But have yourself scheduled for when you're doing that, and then when it's time to work, and it's time to get back in the lab and go do this football thing. And that's something that as a program you need to do. But if Marcus Freeman's always gone, and I'm not saying he is going to always be gone, we're being preemptive about a potential concern that could come up now that he's sort of this celebrity coach that everybody loves, right? When you win at Notre Dame, you become in much greater demand. And again, this happened to Lou Holtz. This happened to a lot of coaches. You've got to make sure that Do all that. Take advantage of that. Get your program exposure, but don't lose sight of what got you there. Still be that same coach that got you there. Still be that same husband, that same father, that same leader of the program, and not get distracted by the me part, right? Because he always says with team glory comes individual glory, right? Well, you got to make sure that the individual glory doesn't become so prominent that you now make it harder to have the team glory. Again, not saying it's going to happen, not saying it has happened. I'm saying these are the potential pitfalls once you've had success. And it's just a warning to say, okay, don't let this happen to you because we've seen it happen before. Even the great Lou Holtz had that. Talk to any older person. I bet you there's some people in the chat. One of the big complaints about Lou Holtz in his last years was he was doing so much more speaking engagements and going here and speaking here and doing there. He wasn't around the team as much. They lost that edge. And you got to make sure that you don't do that with Coach Freeman. So this isn't a unique thing to Marcus Freeman. This is just how it goes when you have success at a place like Notre Dame, right? And that's where you've got to make sure you don't lose that.
The last aspect for me of staying hungry kind of falls in line with a common theme of 2024, and it's being able to handle success. And we saw Notre Dame's football program from the head coach down to call it the managers on the team, right? Anybody that has a hand in football operations struggle with handling success. And we saw that from their first game to September 7th. And now they have about 8 months to do it because Irish Breakdown, Brian and I, we are not alone in talking about how poised Notre Dame is to make it back to the college football limelight, right? They just had a season where nobody expected them to make it to the national championship and played Ohio State significantly closer than what a lot of people thought that they were going to as well. Not hanging my hat on a moral victory, just explaining the situation of what happened in the national championship game, right? And so now you hear all these things of Marcus Freeman going back into his fourth year coaching, and you have rising stars like you see all the PFF grades. Almost every PFF grade for every position had a Notre Dame player ranked inside of their top 10 and final college football grades. And most of them are coming back, if not all of them, right? So you go through and you look, and can Notre Dame's team handle success? Because it's human nature to, once you reach a stage, maybe you might not have conquered it, but once you reach a stage, you can become satisfied with, hey, we just did something that nobody thought that we could do.
Or you just assume it's going to happen. Hey, now that we're here, just assume that it's going to happen again.
Right. Don't forget about the work that you put in to get to that point. And that's something that made Nick Saban's championship run and that dynasty he created down in Tuscaloosa so impressive, is they never lost it until maybe potentially the tail end. But I don't think Saban ever lost it. I think football was just kind of starting to not pass him by, but
I just think that the nature of the changes of the college football landscape was an antithesis to what he had done to build that program.
Yeah.
It just is I think any program is necessarily hurt more by that than his, because it's like, okay, well, kids just by nature aren't going to hang around anymore just for football. Right. What Notre Dame has is a little something different. It's not just football. It's football. And you really want to leave right now? Like let's just say, hypothetically, Steve Angeli is not the starting quarterback. He's going to have a decision to make, because there's going to be people around him say, hey, man, you should transfer and start. But then other people around him will be like, bro, you're a year away from getting your degree from the University of Notre Dame. You know what I mean? Like, do you really want to leave right now? That's a battle that's kept a lot of kids here. It's not an opinion either. That's a fact. There's been kids that are like, I think I might leave, but you know what? I'm going to stick it out because my main goal when I came here was I want that degree. And that's going to help Notre Dame. Not every time. Like a lot of the guys that have left. I mean, Sam Pendleton was a ways away from his degree. It's a different animal. Rocco got 2 degrees, actually. Pat Coogan's got his degree. Jaden Thomas has his degree. Deion Colsey has his degree. Deion and Jaden could have easily transferred last offseason. And in spring, when it became obvious they weren't going to be the guy, why'd they wait? Why'd they stay around? They want that Notre Dame degree. That helps Notre Dame in ways that Alabama doesn't have that. Once football is just like that's the only thing holding you there, then yeah, coach, I got to go play football over here and I get paid a lot more money and I get a start. I think that's something that's key there. I just use Angeli as an example just because the articles I wrote today, but I think that's something that helps Notre Dame. But it's just that notion, Trevor, of staying hungry and staying focused on the MITs, right? The most important tasks. That's the key. There's nothing wrong at all with Jeremiah Love and Leonard Moore and whoever the quarterback is and all these guys going on podcasts, taking advantage of their NIL, doing NIL deals. That's part of the business. There's nothing wrong with Marcus Freeman going on this channel, that channel, as long as you don't lose sight of those MITs. And as long as you do that, then, bro, go make your money, because this is your window. You earned it. What work you did this past year earned you that right, but don't forget about that work and how important that work was. Keep doing it. And that's the other thing. And then, obviously, when you're having the success Notre Dame has had, you're going to have to be replacing talented coaches after every year. And the only thing that could potentially be a stumbling block for Marcus Freeman is if he doesn't make consistently good hires. He's going to make bad hires from time to time. Every coach does. I've said this before. Every coach does. And I was never head coach, but I promise you, I would have had hires that pretty quickly you're like, I should have listened to my buddy who told me not to hire that guy. Or I should have done more. I shouldn't have listened to my buddy who told me to hire this guy. Every coach goes through that. Nick Saban went through that. Urban Meyer, Dabo, Kirby, every coach does. But just they have to be the anomalies. Marcus Freeman's made a couple bad hires so far, but you know what? He moved on from them pretty quickly. That's what great coaches do. You got to make sure that doesn't become a concern, right? Make sure that you're replacing the talented staff you have with other talented staff, because you're going to lose coaches. There's nothing you can do. Eventually comes a point where it's like, I can't give you any more pay raises that are going to make you happy because you want to be a head coach or you want to be a coordinator or you know what I mean? Like, that's just the reality of it. Eventually Max Bulla is going to want to be a coordinator or a head coach. There's nothing you can do about that. Unless you think he can be your coordinator, but then he's eventually going to want to become a head coach. Like, that's the nature of the business. You just got to make sure that when you lose those guys that are very valuable pieces, whether it's Dylan McCullough or Mike Brown or Mike Denbrock or Al Golden or Mike Mickens or Max Bulla or whoever, that you replace them with good. Perfect example, right? Marcus Freeman, Notre Dame loses Lance Taylor, really good running back coach, gets a head coaching job at Western Michigan, right? I think Coach Freeman and Lance Taylor coached together, I believe, in 2021, correct? Because I think Lance, he was at 2020. Yeah, 2021, he left to go be the offensive coordinator at Louisville, right? So Marcus Freeman's got to replace Lance Taylor, who I thought was a really good running backs coach. Did some good job recruiting, right? I mean, you got Aldrich Estime. So what does Marcus Freeman do? He goes and hires Dylan McCullough. You lost a really good football coach and upgraded. You know what I mean? Like, that's good coaching. I've got some issues with Joe Rudolph. Everybody knows that. But when you lose a guy like Harry Heastand, Joe Rudolph, for all some of my other issues with him, the one, and I put an intel piece about some things, but the one thing that nobody's talking about is the people that I talked to that there were some issues with trust and relationships. The one thing everybody I've talked to said is, the guy knows how to coach the position. Like, technique-wise, he's really good at what he does, right? But whatever your feeling is about, Rudolph isn't Harry Heastand, he's still done a pretty good job. It's just you need to do a better job. It's not like, oh, my God, he's Jeff Quinn reincarnated. It's not that. That was a good hire. You talk about losing Mike Elston. You make a quality hire from a coaching standpoint. I mean, recruiting is still has room to work, but there's some dudes on the 2026 recruiting board on the D line right now. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, let's see if they can close on some of those guys. You lose a guy like, Marcus Freeman becomes head coach. You got to hire a new linebacker coach. You bring in James Laurinaitis, who you like. He leaves after a year. What are you going to do? You hire Max Bulla. Upgrade. You know what I mean? Like, that's what good coaches do. And, Marcus Freeman has I think, for the most part, done a really good job with that. That's got to continue. And again, this isn't a shot at Chris Ash. This is just a general point. If you keep winning, you're going to lose good coaches. When you lose good coaches, your goal is to at least maintain or potentially upgrade. So if Al Washington were to leave this offseason, I think Al Washington's done a solid job as a coach. Recruiting has been a little up and down. At times he's done. I mean, this year, I don't know how anyone can have a problem with the coaching job Al Washington did this year. When you consider all the personnel losses he had to keep that line together, dude did a heck of a job because they just kept playing. No matter who they lost, they just kept battling. He leaves. Okay, that's a blow. Upgrade. Figure out a way to upgrade. And that's going to be the final key for Coach Freeman is as you go through this and you have these personnel losses, player-wise, coaching-wise, but especially coaching-wise for now, you've got to make sure that when they're gone, you're making sure that you're at the very least being here with your program after you replace good coaches. I mean, I think you want to talk about a big key to Michigan's championship run. Jim Harbaugh loses Mike McDonald, who had done a phenomenal job coaching that defense after Don Brown. And what does he do? He goes out and hires Jesse Minter, who turned out to be a star as well. And now Jesse Minter's running his defense for the Chargers. You know what I mean? So it's like you're going to lose good coaches. You got to make sure that you do a good job of replacing them. And that's going to be it. That's the final task that could potentially be a stumbling block towards maintaining excellence. And I think that's one of the reasons Dabo Swinney took a step down is when he lost Tony Elliott, Jeff Scott, and Brent Venables in a very short period of a couple seasons. I don't think he did a good job replacing them. And I think that's a big reason why Clemson has taken a step down the last few years. That's the primary reason, matter of fact, of why I think he took a step down. And, you know, like Urban Meyer after 2015, loses Tom Herman after a year, loses Chris Ash. He goes out and replaces his OC in 2016 with Tim Beck and Ed Warner. And it was a train wreck. They went out and, I mean, they made the playoff, but they got beat 31-0 in the playoff. Experiment over. You know what I mean? Like he immediately made the hire or made the change. And then that next season went out and got rid of those guys and brought in, I'm trying to remember who did he bring in 17? Oh, Kevin Wilson and Ryan Day in 2017 to run the offense. A little bit of an upgrade. You know what I mean? That's what good coaches do. Hey, I made a mistake there. Own it, fix it, make a better hire. And Coach Freeman's going to have to do that. And again, this isn't relative to just the D coordinator hire and he kind of shot at credit. This is just a general point of view. If Al Golden was still on the staff right now, we'd be having this same conversation because at some point in time, he's not going to be on staff. At some point in time, Mike Mickens is going to get a D coordinator opportunity or a head coaching opportunity. He's going to be gone. At some point in time, Mike Denbrock's going to retire or get a head coaching job, or he's, you know, NFL team may say, hey, man, we'll pay you 3 times what we're – who knows? I have no idea. But in 10 years, you're not going to have this staff, right? I mean, you're just not. So what do you do to replace it? That's a very key ingredient to stability.
Well, that's going to do it for kind of building on the 2024 success. And Notre Dame is in a prime position to continue this moving forward and carry that momentum into 2025, which is what we're getting ready to talk about next and what those expectations mean for this football team and this program in 2025. But before we get there, folks, be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell. Share this podcast with your friends and family. Anybody that you know loves Notre Dame football and college football as much as you do. And, of course, be sure to subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. There's a lot of great intel pieces out. As you guys know, the offseason has been off to a crazy start with transfer portal and junior day and losing coaches and losing Chad Bowden. Irish Breakdown is covering all of that, and we're on the forefront of covering all of that and getting you guys the fastest intel possible. And you can find all of that at boards.irishbreakdown.com. All right, Brian. 2025, and it's still weird to say that 2025 is here. I'm still kind of in that weird window where I'm still writing 24 on a lot of the things that I'm writing down, a lot of the notes that I'm writing down. Yeah. So
I had to write
weird.
a check today, 2 checks today, one to our HOA and then another one to somebody else. But it's like, I'm like, oh crap, I wrote 2024 again. Gets me every year, man. And yes, I'm old, so I still write some checks.
Well, I save all of our notes from the show in Google Docs, and I was trying to find some of the ones from like that we did earlier last week, and I was like, where are all of these? And it's because I labeled them all like 1, 20, 24. So that makes sense. But believe it or not, we're already in 2025, and Notre Dame does play football again this year. A couple months to wait. Say that a little hyperbolically, but they play football again in 2025. And there's some expectations that this team does have based on what they did do in 2024 and who they have coming back, like we just highlighted. So what are some of those, right? We're going to talk through what the expectations are and reasons why we're optimistic, and then some big question marks that we do have. right? Because this team is far from being complete. They don't have a GM or a director of recruiting or a defensive coordinator yet in 2025. So there's a lot of questions that we do have. But starting with what the expectations will be for 2025, Brian, where do you start and where do you kind of look at?
I think when we're having this conversation, Trevor, there's setting a range of expectations. And we talked about this before the 2024 season. There's the floor of what's acceptable to say that you're still moving the needle, trending in the right direction. And then there's the ceiling of what I think a team can be. The ceiling conversation is not so much my focus today because there's still so much we don't know about this team. How can I tell you what the ceiling is with this team when I don't know who the starting quarterback is going to be? How can I tell you what the ceiling of this football team is going to be when I don't know for sure who the defensive coordinator is going to be? I don't know for sure what the coaching staff is going to look like. I know there's some other things that are still in the work. Who's going to replace Chad Bowden? Although I don't know that is going to have as much of an impact on the 25 team as it will future teams. But all those things are still kind of up in the air to truly dive into the ceiling of this team. So what the focus will be today is what is the floor of this team and what needs to happen for this team to reach the ceiling, which is not the ceiling of what the team will be, but what the ultimate standard is for Notre Dame, which is still winning a championship. I mean, that's still the ultimate standard. As I've said before, Trev, and I'm curious, I don't know if you've ever had a chance to talk about this. This is something we talked about on the show before. But I think there's got to be two ways you evaluate a Notre Dame football team. One is the ultimate standard. Did you win a title or not? And if you didn't, then you fell short of the ultimate standard, and it's okay to say that. But that doesn't mean the season is then also a failure. There's people say, well, if you don't win a title, it's a season failure. I think that's also nonsense. I can look at this season and say it fell short of the ultimate standard of Notre Dame. I don't even think this team maximized its potential because its potential should have been 15-1 and losing to Ohio State in the championship game because you shouldn't have lost Northern Illinois, right? That's fair. But you can still look at that and say, sure, they could have been better, maybe should have been a tad better here or there, and still say this was a heck of a season for Notre Dame. A heck of a season. And the needle moved like big time for the program and what they've been and what they were this year. And so that's still the ultimate standard. And we'll talk about some of the questions that we have about getting to that level. But my reasons for optimism are more about what I think the floor will be, Trev. And for me, the floor for me for this season, worst case scenario, where I'll accept, okay, they're still trending in a good direction of program, is 10-2 with no bad losses, and you're in the college football playoff again. Now, what I mean by bad losses is A, you lose to a team you have no business losing to. Navy. With all due respect to Boise State. That type of game where you're just like Purdue at home, Syracuse at home on senior day, Stanford. There's just some losses that are just unacceptable. The other bad loss is you got your butt kicked loss. Now, what's interesting is for all the talk about Marcus Freeman having bad losses, and he does, Marshall was a bad loss. Stanford was a bad loss. I would argue that Stanford was the worst loss of his tenure because it was a bad team. Northern Illinois and Marshall were bad losses, but they were still good football teams. Marshall won 10 games in 2022, and Northern Illinois was a 9-win team that won a bowl game. And they were only a 9-win team because their stud running back got banged up for like half the year. Antonio Brown was never fully healthy after the Notre Dame game. But those are bad losses still because they're not good teams. Stanford was not a bad team. Like, that was the worst team you lost to. The only time but what we have not seen is that loss where they just get their butts kicked. Ohio State 2022 was not a butt kicking. They were in that game late. You're down 14-10. You make one stop. You get the ball back. You had to lead late in the third quarter. You had to lead at halftime. You lost by 11. You lost by 11 to USC, but you've got the ball in the fourth quarter with 5 minutes left with a chance to go down and tie it. That's not a butt kicking. They were the better team than you, but that was not a butt kicking. That was not a bad loss. You got beat in a competitive game by a better football team. That was true of that game. That was true of the Ohio State game in 2022. 2023 Ohio State was a bad loss based on how you played, but it wasn't a bad loss from the standpoint of you lost to a really good football team in a close game. The bad loss was the part of it was how do you lose it with 10 guys in the field? That's unacceptable. You look at the Clemson game last year, that was close to being a bad loss because you were better than them, but that's still a 9-win football team on the road in a game where you lost by 8. I would say that Northern Illinois, bad loss, 2-point loss, Ohio State, 11 point. There hasn't been that 41-8 Miami 2017. There hasn't been that 39-20, 38-20 Stanford 2015. There hasn't been that 45-14 to Michigan from 2019. They haven't had that kind of bad loss. The closest they came was Louisville last year because it was 30-13 and you scored late. No, it was 33-13. You scored late to make it 33-20. So I think that was a bad loss from you got your butts absolutely kicked standpoint. That's the only team, in my opinion, that's just flat kicked Notre Dame's butts for 60 minutes was Louisville last year. That was the anomaly. So the other part of it is avoid that type of loss. You do that and go 10-2, and I'm like, look, yeah, like to have won that. We can talk about what went wrong or what they got to get better at. But to me, that's the floor. That's the floor of what I view this team to be. The expectations where and when you're winning, you're still winning impressively. And that's something that Marcus Freeman's teams have done the last 2 years. In the last 2 seasons, Trevor, Notre Dame has won 24 football games, which is a really impressive deal, right? If you look at it, what makes it even more impressive is, I'm just going back through this. You said 1, 2, 3. Of their 24 wins, 21 of them have been by double digits. You didn't beat Duke last year by more than double digits. You didn't beat Louisville this year by double digits, but you had a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter. And you didn't beat Penn State in the national semifinals by double digits. But you beat Georgia by double digits in the Sugar Bowl. You beat Indiana by double digits in the first-round playoff game. And then the rest of your games, you won by at least 10, a lot of times more. And so, to me, I look at this and I look at this football team and I say, keep dominating and go minimum 10-2 with no bad losses. That's kind of how I look at no really bad losses. That's how I look at the floor for 2025. That's the minimum floor. And then next we'll talk about, what could happen for them to achieve that. But I think anything worse than 10-2 next year is a bad performance or disappointing performance.
One thing that I think is interesting about Marcus Freeman is the worst margin of loss that he's had is 13 points. And it was that Louisville game, which is really weird to think about, right? Because, it's some of that BK PTSD, but you think of 2019 Michigan, 2017 Miami, you think of the 2012 National Championship, you think of 2018 playoffs, the 2020 ACC Championship, the 2020 playoffs, and that's just what Marcus Freeman has shown. Like, that's why when people were releasing what their predictions were for the national championship game, I was like, listen, I'm not saying that Notre Dame's going to win. I did predict that, but in combating what some Ohio State fans believe to be the final score of seeing the 38-10s
right.
and seeing that, it's like, hey, listen, Marcus Freeman hasn't lost like that in his time at Notre Dame. And that's not specific to Ohio State. Like, that's specific to him and his program, right? But for me, when you start talking about expectations, mine is at a minimum floor. I'm with you there, Brian, 10-2. I would go as far as saying is winning a first-round playoff game, because I think you could loop that in with minimum expectations for this football team. Most likely, they're going to end up hosting again. And I don't think that they have to reach their full potential to be.
Do you think they do it 10-2? That's what I'm saying. For floor, 10-2 is the floor. I don't know that they're hosting at 10-2. That would be my thing.
The thing that's so tough is, like, I don't know, because I think some of that depends on just what the rest of college football does, which I think is tough. But for me, with how this season went, for me to walk away and say, like, okay, this team is still trending in the right direction. It's making the playoffs and winning a first round game, because because you don't want to have that, the years where Ohio State like made the playoffs, but then got bounced in the first round. Yeah. I don't think that there's a whole lot of redemption in that story, going from making the national championship game and losing in the fashion that you did to getting bounced in the first round. So that's why, for me, I say the floor is a first round playoff win. And obviously it gets a little steeper if they have to travel somewhere to a higher seed, but I would like to think that they would be hosting at 10-2, but
Yeah.
I just, again, I have no idea, because I got to go and dive a little bit more into what other teams have coming back and what the outlook on their season looks like. But yeah, that would be my floor, along with the no bad losses.
So we set our floors. Now let me tell you what kind of my way too early expectation is. Not ceiling, but early expectation for the regular season primarily. I think that to me, for this football team to be what I think it is, and really feel like they are definitely arrived as a powerhouse, I think it's got to be 11-1. I think it's doable. I think when I look at that schedule, I say there's 3 teams on your schedule that are on your level as a roster. It's Miami, Texas A&M, and USC. And when I mean on your level, use that very loosely, meaning like you may have I think Notre Dame has a better overall roster than every team on their schedule. I felt that about this year's team in the regular season. I said that preseason. But we also said A&M, USC, and Florida State are the 3 teams that are on your level to the point where they can take advantage of you not playing your A game. Now, of course, Florida State ended up being pretty terrible. But those other 2 teams, there's no debating they had talent, but you've got to be the better team. So when I look at it, Trevor, I see this schedule and I say, listen, Miami, A&M, USC are the only teams that anyone is going to be able to tell me are on anywhere close to being on Notre Dame's level talent-wise. You're not going to tell me Purdue is. They're terrible. You're not going to tell me, obviously, no one will make that. Navy won't. No one's going to make the argument Navy will. No one's going to make the argument Stanford will. Arkansas is not. Boise State's not. NC State's not. Boston College is not. Pitt is not. Syracuse is not. They're just not on Notre Dame's league talent-wise. And yeah, first-time quarterback. I get all that. But at the end of the day, if your team is what we think it is, and if your coaching is what we think it is, you still have the more talented football team. And people, for all the talk about how young Notre Dame is, let's not forget they had a first-time starter at Notre Dame at quarterback who missed the entire spring, and they went on the road and beat Texas A&M. They had 9 starters on offense in that opener that had freshman or sophomore eligibility. The left side of their line was a true freshman and a redshirt freshman who'd never played a meaningful snap in his life, and a redshirt sophomore right tackle who'd never played a meaningful snap in his life. So at Notre Dame. And you went out on the road and you beat them because you're young here, but you make up for it in other areas. And so when I look at those 3, I say this: you have to go 2-1 against those 3 teams and not get beat by another team that's not on your level. That's the expectation. The floor is you go 1-2 against those 3 teams, and you go 10-2, and then you beat everybody else that you have more players than. Or, you go 2-1 against them, and maybe a Pitt knocks you off late in the year because you got a lot of injuries and they're good enough to kind of not, that'd be a bad loss, but not the kind of bad loss where you're like freaking Freeman. It's like, look, dude, you were missing 8 starters and it's late in the year and Pitt was hot or something like that, and they got some transfers and all. But you got to go 2-1 against those 2 teams, those 3 teams, in my opinion, and then beat all the teams you're supposed to beat. Because the one thing that Coach Freeman did a great job of this year after the Northern Illinois game is when they played the teams that had inferior rosters, they not only beat them, they destroyed them. So to lose to one of those teams in 2024-5 would mean you didn't learn the lessons from Northern Illinois permanently. You used them for last year, but you didn't use them permanently. And I got to think that by year 4, Coach Freeman's learned from that. He's learned from the Northern Illinois mistake, the Marshalls, the Stanford games. And now when they're playing those inferior teams, they're not only going to win, but they're going to just smack them. That's what elite teams do. You know, Ohio State this year kind of went through that, right? I mean, yeah, they played bad against Nebraska, but they still found a way to win. You know, Michigan's different because that's a rivalry game, and Notre Dame's rivalry opponent's one of the three that we talked about that's talented. So that's why I look at it, Trevor, is of those three teams, my expectation is you've got to go 2-1 against them and beat all the other teams that you have significantly better players than. So the floor's 10-2. My expectation is 11-1. And if you're asking me who you're going to lose to, and I'll give you the same answer I gave you last year. What did I say before the season? They're going to go 11-1. Who are they going to lose to? No clue. No idea. Because I think they have a better roster than everybody they play, including Miami, including A&M, including USC. So I'm not going to be able to say, well, you can't go on the road and beat Miami. Why? Georgia Tech did, right? Not this year, year before. You know, Georgia Tech beat them at home this year. I mean, Miami, I don't think Miami lost at home this year. But, you know, Georgia Tech's beat Miami 2 years in a row. Notre Dame can't beat them. You know what I mean? Like, they're gonna have a new quarterback too. If Carson Beck's even playing, you know, we don't even know if he's gonna be healthy enough to play, but he'll be kind of like what Riley Leonard was against A&M last year. So when I look at this, Trevor, I say, hey, listen, there's not a team on this schedule that's got a better roster than you. You've got to make sure that you handle your business. And if you lose to Miami, you lose to Miami, but then you better get that sucker turned around quick. Go beat A&M and USC at home. You're at home. Like, one thing Brian Kelly did a good job of late in his tenure is he held serve at home. You had the loss to Cincinnati because Kelly didn't beat good, like the best teams, but they dominated at home for a long period of time. And Coach Freeman's got to get back to that. And we started to see that the last 2 years outside of the Northern Illinois game. That's what made that game so frustrating, because in 2023, Trev, they handled their business at home after the Ohio State game, and they didn't just win at home. They crushed people at home. And then Northern Illinois happens, and then they do the same thing again. They just smack people at home. You got to hold serve at home. You can't lose at home. And they did that this year. I mean, Louisville gave them a game. And I'd argue that I like Louisville's roster in 2024 better than USC's roster in 2025. You could make a case Louisville's got a better roster in 2024 than Miami and A&M have in 2025. A&M, I got to study a little bit more about who they lost, and they got some good portal additions, but like Louisville's in there in that conversation. So 11-1 to me is my expectation. Who do they lose to? I don't know. Just don't have it be a bad one. That's kind of my expectation for what this team should do next season.
Yeah, I'm with you there, man. I will never, even if they have the potential to, I will never expect a team to go undefeated. You know, like, that's just, it's an unrealistic thing to ask of any program to be perfect in the regular season. I'm not saying that Notre Dame doesn't have the ability to, right? But the expectation of staying perfect for 12 straight games is a tall order for anybody to accomplish. Not saying that it can't be done, right? We've watched Notre Dame go undefeated with less talent on their roster, right? You just never know how the season unfolds, how games play out, right? But my expectation, regular season specific, go 11-1. Make the wins convincing wins. Don't have the random, you know, from 2012, the like 20-13 BYU game, right? Like, when you play an inferior opponent, make it known that they were the inferior opponent. Right. Keep that streak alive. That's where I'm at with it. I'm not saying that Notre Dame should have a game where they don't have a one possession or one score game. I mean, they had that this year against Louisville, right? Against a good
so did Ohio State.
Right.
Against Nebraska. And
right.
I mean, it's going to, yeah, correct. You're going to have some games. You're not going to beat everybody you play by 50.
Right.
Unless you're 1995 Nebraska.
Yeah. But even then, if you're going to have a one possession game, it can't be to Boston College on the road, right? It can't be to NC State, right? And so for me, that's where it kind of has to be. Handle business, make Notre Dame Stadium a place where that is feared to go to, because that was the biggest thing that we said throughout the season, is teams that came into your house after watching what Northern Illinois did to you and punk you basically for 60 minutes. Nobody was scared to come and travel and play in South Bend. Now, after the Northern Illinois game, teams didn't have any success doing that. Mm-hmm. But still, it wasn't a place where heading into the game, people are like, oh no. Like, it didn't have that horseshoe effect, that Bryant-Denny Stadium effect, that Tiger Stadium at night effect. Get back to that. That's where I'm at. But that's minimum the expectation for me. Go 11-1. Make sure the inferior opponents, the final score shows that they were the inferior opponent, and no bad losses like that. I will put that as my expectation as well.
The only way that I would say for sure that I demand perfection is if you get like a really weak schedule, like 2020 schedule, 2021 schedule, something like even 19. I didn't expect that because you had to go play at Georgia and you had to play at Michigan. Those were going to be tough games. 2021, they should have gone undefeated if they had a real coach. You had one good opponent on your schedule the entire year. That was it. And you had them at home, but that's not what the schedule is. But here's what I would like to happen, Trevor. I just brought this up. Buddy of mine just texted me. But he said, I'm going to assign you a film study. I'm going to make you go spend some time watching 1995 Nebraska. Because this is what I would like to eventually get to. In 1995, Nebraska's closest win was a 14-point win at home over Washington State, who went 3-8, by the way, that year. They beat Oklahoma State by 43 on the road. Michigan State on the road by 40. That's a Nick Saban coach team. They beat Arizona State by, 49, 77-28. They beat Pacific, who's a 1AA team, by 42. They beat Missouri by 57. They beat number 8 Kansas State by 24, 49-24. Kansas State finished that year number 7 nationally. They beat number 7 Colorado by 23. Colorado finished that year ranked 5th. They beat them 44-21. They beat Iowa State by, this is going to challenge my math, 59. They beat number 10 Kansas on the road, who finished that year ranked 9th by 38. And then they beat Oklahoma in the regular season finale, and they weren't that good that year, by 37 nothing. And then they played number 2 Florida in the national championship game and beat them 62-24. Now, I would love to have a season like that.
Hey.
But I'm not expecting it.
Right.
Somebody just asked, Andrew Gilmore just asked if that's the year that Colorado beat Notre Dame. No, it is not. That was the year before. 1994, during Nebraska's first title year, that's when they played Colorado. So it was that Colorado team the next year. So in 1994, Notre Dame beat Colorado 41-24. Nebraska also won the title that year. But to your point, Andrew, that Colorado team still lost to Nebraska by 17. And that was their only loss that year. 94 Nebraska was very good. It wasn't quite as dominant. They 31, 26, 28, 49, 10 over Wyoming, 29 over Oklahoma State, 11-point win over K-State, 35 over Missouri, 17 over Colorado, 28 over Kansas, 16 over Iowa State, 10 over Oklahoma, and then they had a 7-point win over Miami. So in a two-year stretch, Nebraska went 25-0, and they had one game decided by single digits, and it was the title, basically a title game against Miami. I just don't think you're going to see that anymore. I just don't think you're going to see that level of dominance over periods of time. So I love that little, trip down memory lane. And when we're done tonight, you're going to go watch some that's your assignment for tonight, Trevor, is to watch some 95 Nebraska film. So I had some fun doing that, and it's before you were born, obviously, but that's not who Notre Dame is right now. They're not there. They're not 89 Notre Dame yet. They're not. I mean, they still got to prove they can be 88 Notre Dame first. When I mean 89 Notre Dame is that Notre Dame team was really dominant. Because I talked about Notre Dame in 1989, and I talked about all those good teams that they played in 1989. But the reality is they smashed most of them, Trevor. I mean, they beat that really good Virginia team by 23. The Michigan game was by 9. They beat that good Air Force team by 14. USC, they beat by 4. They turned the ball over, I think, 5 times at home against a top 10 team and still won. It was nuts. And then they beat that number 7 Pitt team by 38. You know, they went on the road and played a top 15 Penn State team, beat them by 11, beat number 1 Colorado by 15. Like, you know, they're not there yet, but that's what you're working towards. But when I look at this team, I still say you're at the point where you're supposed to beat the vast majority of the teams that you're supposed to play, that you play. And that's where we need to see that Marcus Freeman is. He didn't do that this past year. We saw that against Northern Illinois, but as we've said before, he's been really good at not repeating mistakes. That's something Coach Freeman's done a pretty good job of. And so now it's, what does he instill in this program to make sure that they don't have a game like that again? Right? I mean, that's the key. But I don't know that there's a Northern Illinois opponent on the schedule, meaning a team that they just completely take for granted. Because everybody else is kind of like a Power 4 team, it's almost like people are like, good, I'm glad they're not playing MAC teams. And I'm like, thank God they're not playing a MAC team. You know what I mean? Like, I'm looking at it completely differently because I worry about them just like not taking the team seriously. Purdue, maybe? You know, I mean, that's probably the closest thing they have to that. But that's the thing, is my expectation, Trev, is 11-1. I'm curious to hear your expectation, and then we'll just kind of lay out the reasons why we expect them to why I have the optimism that I have. Because there's things we don't know, Trev, but there's still a lot we do. We do know about this team.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You and I are aligned in expectations. It's 11-1, right? You go and you prove, like, the scoreboard reflects when you play an inferior opponent. You have no more of the boneheaded 2022 Stanford, the 2024 NIU. I mean, ironically enough, when we talked in the first part of the show, we talked about the things that we liked about our schedule. I thought about saying they don't play a MAC team. And as funny as it would have came off, I was wholeheartedly serious, because it does eliminate that overlook game, like not even a trap game, like literally just a game that it's just the team could overlook, especially if your first 2 games could potentially be wins over Miami and Texas A&M. That is when I would not have wanted to see a Bowling Green on their schedule. That's when I would not have wanted to see a Toledo on their schedule. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, minimum expectation for me is 11-1, or not minimum expectation. The expectation of the season is they go 11-1, back in the driver's seat in the playoff. They're hosting a home playoff game, the whole 9 yards, right? So when we start diving into the reasons why we are optimistic that they can do that, Brian, we have a couple of things here. But the first one is the first one is line plays. Line play.
Yeah.
And
you're like, I don't even know what that means. I should have asked him what the heck that means.
I was about to say this.
I added an extra S. Sorry.
No,
my bad.
No, you're good. But line play, and obviously we're talking about offensive and defensive line here. So, Brian, kick us off. Number one reason why we're optimistic here.
Well, look, Marcus Freeman has said, like, this is who we're going to be as a football team. And so if you want to evaluate what the expectations are at Notre Dame, it needs to start there. This is what you say is the foundation of your program. Did you see the well played, Andrew? Very well played, man. I'm Ron Burgundy.
Oh,
dang it. Who put a question mark?
I will read whatever is on the teleprompter, man. Yeah. I'll read it.
So, but if you say, okay, this is why I expect Notre Dame to be good, it's because are they good at the things that they say that is the heart and soul of their football team? And line play is the key. Now, in 2024, the D-line really carried the team for a lot of stretches, especially later in the year. The offensive line had their moments, but they had some injuries. By the end of the year, they were both kind of beat up. Looking at next year, I expect these lines to be a lot better. I hope that they don't have sort of the quote-unquote bad luck on the D-line and O-line again with injuries next year. They had 11 starters/regulars. And when I say regulars, I count like Jason Onye, because even though he wasn't a starter, he was playing as close to as much as the starters were at times. And in a situation where you're rotating, that's going to be key. But you had 11 starting off linemen last year that missed multiple games. Like, that's a crazy statistic. And yet you still went 14-2. Well, some of that's going to end up benefiting you like Anthony Knapp got experience that he wouldn't have got otherwise because of that. I mean, some younger guys like Donovan Heinisch, you got to see what you have in him. Bryce Young was going to play a lot anyway, but he was kind of forced to play even more. I mean, you saw some guys emerge offensive line wise. I mean, yeah, it sucks that Charles Jagusah missed a whole year of development, but the fact that he was able to get back and play for a whole month of practice and play in 2 games made it less of a missed opportunity and a missed season for him. He still got that month of experience. He'll be back. Knapp will be back. Hopefully Ashton Craig will be back. You've got Emil Wagner's got a year of experience under his belt now. Billy Schrouth had his first full season as a starter. Like, there's a lot. I've had a couple buddies who were a little down on Schrouth, and I'm like, dude, he was a first-year starter. He's a redshirt sophomore and a first-year starter. He's not close to peaking. He's going to get better. And he had some moments like before his injury, he was their most consistent lineman, I felt. And so he's back next year. And then you've got some really talented young guys, Sullivan Absher, like Joe Rudolph. For the love of all things holy, put Sullivan Absher one position and let him play and battle at one position. He's a dude. And then if somebody beats him out, you're going to be really good there. You know what I'm saying? Let him play one position. You've got Joe Otting is now going into year 3. Absher's going into year 3. Chris Tarrick's going into year 3. I was really impressed by what I saw from him in the spring game last year and what he did in some mop-up minutes this year. Gerby Lambert is going to battle with Charles Jagusah for the moniker of who's your most talented offensive lineman amongst the returners. You've got a ton. Anthony Knapp's back. I mean, you've got a ton of talent coming back, and I didn't even talk about the rest of the freshman class, Styles Prescott, Peter Jones, guys like that, and we're not even talking about the incoming class where Will Black may be a guy that, if an opportunity comes, may have to play as a freshman or get a chance to play as a freshman. You're incredibly loaded. You're going to be massive, most likely, on the offensive line next year, I think. You're going to be more athletic on the offensive line next year. And I don't know that you're going to be like I don't know that if they move Anthony Knapp to right guard or Jagusah to right guard, I don't know if those guys are going to be better than Rocco Spindler. I mean, they got to prove it. I think that they will. But they're going to be more athletic than what Rocco was. And so you look at it and you expect them to I think Knapp's going to be bigger next year than he was this year. Emil's going to, be bigger and stronger than he was this year. And then, of course, you're throwing Jagusah into the mix, who we saw what kind of power he brings to the table. So I think the offensive line has a chance to, as long as it's coached well, developed well, there's some of the issues that kind of have plagued this unit the last 2 years get fixed, right? Be better with communication, be better with your messaging, be better with consistency of your approach. All those type of things, you're going to be in a situation where you're going to be better. And no, they're not going to be smaller than Rocco next year because Jagusah is replacing Rocco in the starting lineup, even if he's playing left tackle. As far as the 5. So your Knapp and Wagner are still going to be there. You're replacing Rocco in the starting 5 with Jagusah. And then because even if Knapp plays right guard, so he's smaller than Jagusah or than Rocco. No, he was already in the starting lineup. When you look at the whole season, Jagusah is the one that's the new 5, the new 5th guy. And that's my point. So just looking at the 5, he's not smaller than what Knapp. Okay, Knapp won't be smaller next year than Knapp was this year. Emil won't be smaller next year than Emil was this year. They were starters all year. If they're starters again next year, they won't be smaller. So you're replacing 6'4", 325-pound Rocco Spindler with 6'7", 330-pound Charles Jagusah of your 5. That's not smaller. That's bigger. Because they are not smaller, even if they are playing that position. As a line, you're bigger. And you're going to be more athletic. And you're going to be longer, in my opinion. And you're going to have a ton of experience under their belts. See what I'm saying? So that's kind of the case that you're looking at with the offensive line, Trevor. As long as Rudolph does what's needed to do with coaching and developing and all that kind of stuff, I'm not saying he will or won't. I'm just stating a case. Then I think this offensive line is going to be really good this upcoming season. And that's got to be the foundation of what Notre Dame is going to be.
Oh, it has to be. And you can go back through and you look at 2023 and 2024. The offensive line did not, now for different reasons, but the offensive line didn't perform the way that it should have, I guess, if that makes sense. But like I said, for different reasons. 2023, I think you were highlighted at the fact that you had Joe Wald at left tackle and a second round pick and Blake Fisher at right tackle. But outside of that, the offensive line was a little bit of this, even with those guys, right? And then in 2024, you just get absolutely plagued with injuries. I mean, to the point where, I mean, you map it out, and if you write it down, it just doesn't sound like it was real. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, it was, and that was their reality. But out of that, to your point, Brian, came the experience of a lot of these different guys, right? There's guys now that are in the mix at even potentially some positions that you might never have thought, right? That now have valuable experience. I mean, going into this season, I mean, maybe they would have, but let's just say Charles Jagasaw started all year at left tackle, because that is a scenario that we've all talked about and all played out in our heads. And what would that have looked like? But if he, you know, if he stayed healthy, we might not have known what it would have looked like if he could play at right guard. Now we do, right? We know that based off of Penn State. Like if I say that to say, if Charles Jagasaw was healthy all year and Rocco Spindler went down in the Fiesta or the, I'm sorry. Yeah. In the bowl game that they played against Penn State, the Orange Bowl. They wouldn't have just moved Jagasaw from starting left tackle to right guard to back up Rocco Spindler, right? And so you have that now in the mix. We now know that Anthony Knapp probably should be a starter somewhere along the offensive line, probably more of a fit on the interior.
Battling,
right.
You know, at least battling for someone. I mean, make somebody beat him out,
right.
Whether it's center or right guard.
Right.
Make somebody beat him out.
Absolutely.
And if they don't, then you're really good there.
Absolutely. I mean, you have a true freshman going into his true sophomore season that has 14 and a half games under his belt. That's worth something, right? Somewhere along the offensive line, to your point, Brian. So, yeah, the way that I look at it is the offensive line has to get back to true form, like back to Notre Dame being O-line U, because you could make the argument that they haven't been that over the last couple of years. And now with all the experience coming back, the talent ceiling that they have in the younger guys, they absolutely have the opportunity to do that. The next, sticking here with the common theme of reasons for optimism for 2020. Go ahead. Sorry.
You going to go to the D-line next?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So flipping gears here to defensive line, because to your point, Brian, Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman, they want to be line-centric. They want to be built around in the trenches.
Mm-hmm.
Reasons for optimism along the defensive line. Kind of walk us through where you're at.
Yeah, so it's like there's a lot of talk about how they won't be as good on the D-line next year because they're not going to be good up the middle. And I think that's possible that they won't be as good up the middle. I would argue that they weren't as good up the middle this year as they should have been for the entire season. I mean, we talked about this before. It wasn't until the Louisville game that Riley Mills and Howard Cross started stepping up. Like Riley Mills from Louisville on was awesome, but he wasn't very good the first 4 games. He wasn't maybe as bad as I think some, like he tends to be a bit of a whipping boy for Notre Dame fans at times throughout his career. He wasn't as bad as that was the conversation, but he wasn't playing well at all. And a couple of his games, he was bad. Howard Cross wasn't very good the first 4 games of the year. They started playing really well. I mean, we talked about how Northern Illinois whipped their butts, you know, and like in the trenches, like they pushed Notre Dame's defensive line around in that game. It wasn't, and we kind of forget that because that was like 12 games ago, 14 games ago. But you look at them as the season went on, the interior became a strength until Riley went down again. But it wasn't that way the whole year. But the edge was a problem for most of the – you had some guys step up at times, but like losing Patelho, losing Boubacar, RJ Oben didn't pan out and was the player that we hoped he would be. Well, a lot of that forced Josh Burnham to play a lot. It forced Junior to play a lot. It forced Bryce Young to play a lot. And then you're hoping that next year you're going to get at least one of those 2 guys back. You've got Logan Thomas will now be going into year 2. You've got Chris Burgess coming into your program now as maybe a potential guy that could play there. I personally would have Brennan Vernon lose 10, 15 pounds and move him back out to big end and be a guy there as well. So I think the edge, as long as they can finally have some good health, has a chance to be really good next year. The injuries to Boubacar and Patelho are concerning. The only bright spot is that they were early enough to where you expect them to be okay by the time the season starts, and definitely by middle of the year. Like when you look at Mitchell Evans, he just was never the same guy. He got hurt in November, though, like 2 months later than those guys got hurt. It's just the timing of it. Imagine if he would have had an extra 2 months of offseason to get healthy. What would Mitchell have looked like this year? So the timing of that stuff can matter, Trevor. And my thing is, I just expect one of them to come back and be a dude. Whether it's Patelho or Boubacar. And so inside you may not be as good as they were when they were peaking, but I think you're going to have a lot more bodies next year that you can use. You're going to have, obviously, Gabriel Rubio. You're going to have Donovan Heinisch. You bring in Jared Dawson, who I love as a portal pickup, by the way. You're going to have Elijah Hughes. I don't know as much about him. I got to still study some film. He's played, though. I mean, I watched him against Nebraska have a really nice edge sack. He was actually lined up as a 5 technique and rushed off the edge and sacked Dylan Raiola in a close game. Staff's very high on him. I got to learn more about him, but they expect him to play. And then you've got like Armel Mukum going into year 3. It's like, okay, now it's time for the light bulb to go on for him. You look at potentially a Devin Houston going into year 3, Sean Sevillano going into year 2. I don't think you're going to have a Riley Mills type All-American player inside next year, but I think you're going to be able to throw just bodies at teams. And I think you're going to be bigger. Like you're replacing Riley, who was 295, 300, with Jared Dawson, who's 305, in a 3 to 4 inch shorter package, which means there's a little bit more beef there per pound. You're going to lose some of the length with Riley, but you're going to have more beef there. If Armo Mukum steps into the lineup, he's a bigger guy. He's a 300-plus pound guy. Elijah Hughes is 290-plus. Whereas this year, you had 2 guys that were like 280. I mean, Howard Cross is listed at 288. He never looked that big to me. But you're going to be bigger. Everyone you have next year is going to be bigger than him. And now Heinisch is the only small guy you have. And so I think inside, a lot of depth, maybe no stars, but they're going to be able to do what you're asking them to do. But off the edge, I think you've got a chance. If health is where it needs to be, I mean, Burnham going into year 4, Bryce Young going into year 2, Logan Thomas going into year 2. Like, they wanted to redshirt Logan Thomas, but he was like, no, you're going to have to play me. Not he didn't say that, but I mean, like, his athleticism and talent is like, this isn't a 5-year player. And he was on special teams all year. And I mean, he was playing late in the game against Georgia in the as a pass rusher. He's going into year 2. Maybe they go and recruited Preston Zinner to maybe come down and play inside. Because now, hopefully, you're going to be able to move Josh Burnham back over to defensive end away from Viper, because you had to move him back to Viper because of the injuries. So there's just a lot of different things I look at and say, man, I can't wait to see what this group can do. I mean, imagine next year if Burnham's back at defensive end and you got him and a second-year Bryce Young instead of first-year Bryce Young and RJ Oben. Because remember, before Josh got hurt, he was their best defensive end. Before he got hurt, and then when he came back, they had to move him to Viper. Remember, because of the injuries there. But beginning of the season, Josh was one of their best defensive linemen as an end because he was really good at setting the edge and he was providing a little bit of a pass rush there. But he was a pretty good football player amongst your ends. He was your best end, and then you had to move him to Viper. Well, you put him back at end, and now you've got year 2 Bryce Young. Maybe Junior moves over there. Maybe Chris Burgess can be your number 3. Maybe Brennan Vernon can be your number 3 over there. And then you look at Viper now, and you've got Patelho, Boubacar Traore, and Junior now stepped up, and then maybe Logan Thomas. Like, if Logan Thomas isn't at the very least part of your nickel package next year, I'll be shocked. Because that kid is a freaky athlete. He's just small. Or thin, I should say. He's not small. He's 6'5" with really long arms. But he's thin. A full year in Lauren Lando's strength program? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying, Trev. So maybe you're not going to be as good up the middle, but you're still going to be fine there, in my opinion. You just won't have an All-American there. But I think the edge is where I expect this defense to be a lot better next season. And maybe I'm projecting too much onto that, but I think that's going to be a big part of it. And hopefully you can stick Josh Burnham at one position and let him learn it. Because like he was a Viper, then they moved into defensive end, and then they had to move him back to Viper, and and all this kind of stuff. He needs to take a step up next year. Junior needs to keep building on what he did. Bryce needs to keep building on what he did as a rookie. I mean, so everybody's got to keep improving, but I'm expecting that to happen because of what we've seen. And then when you add, because I've said this before, man, you just add Boubacar to that team, late in the year, and that's a different D line. Well, now you're going to add him. Hopefully, you add Batoho, and you're adding Jared Dawson, you're adding Elijah Hughes, and all these other guys are going to be a year older. I think this defensive edge, this edge group, defensive end and Viper, dude, I think they got a chance to be really good next year, and they're going to be better. And I don't expect the D tackles to necessarily take a step down because they weren't necessarily always great anyway. I mean, they weren't good in the first 4 games of the year. Riley gets hurt in the first playoff game. You don't even have him in your last 3 playoff games. And Howard was a shell of himself. Like, I expect D tackle. I don't know that it's going to be as good. You speak on this, Trevor. Here's my prediction. The D tackles may not, or my thought theory, they may not be as good as they were in late October and November when Riley and Howard were really rolling and before Howard got hurt. I don't know that the D tackle position be as good as it was then, but I'm very confident that it'll be better than it was against Georgia, Penn State, and Ohio State, and better than it was against A&M in Northern Illinois and Miami of Ohio and Purdue. I definitely think it'll be better than that. Maybe it won't be as good as it was in that middle stretch when they were kind of all healthy early in the middle of the season, but beginning and end of the season, they weren't. So I definitely think they'll be better at defensive tackle than they were in the last 3 playoff games. And I think they'll be significantly better on the edge, assuming Boubacar and Patoho can come back. At least one of them can come back healthy and get back to full form and hopefully stay kind of healthy.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation when you break down the defensive line, right? Because for different reasons, we talked about the offensive line just having just a plethora of snaps on top of having all of the potential that we're talking about for the D line. Here's to answer your question first, Brian. I see the defensive tackles being significantly more consistent. I don't know if they reached the peak that they did in 2024 when Riley was playing at his best, when Howard was playing at his best. Like, you look at what that duo did against Louisville, Georgia Tech, Stanford, right? Like those 3 games when they're at their peak, I just
Navy.
don't think – yeah, Navy.
Yep.
I just don't think that this defensive tackle group has the ability to do that. But what they definitely have the ability to do is be better than them against Northern Illinois and Miami of Ohio and what they were in the playoffs. And so you go – and some of it is strictly just for health, like legitimately. I mean, I think we have a different conversation if just you add Boubacar Traore back to that defensive lineup and a 90% Howard Cross, not a 50% Howard Cross, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for me, you go through and you look at just the depth of talent that they have across the board is insane. I mean, they didn't lose a single defensive lineman to the portal, and they have like 22 guys coming back across the entire defensive line. That is an insane amount of talent, right? You talk about the different additions and the guys coming in, the guys coming back. I mean, you got guys like Gabe Rubio and Donovan Heinisch coming back in the interior, Armel Mukum coming back, and But the edge is going to be huge for me. Notre Dame has lacked a significant presence on the edge for the last couple of years, really since the departure of Isaiah Foskey. I liked Javonte Jean-Baptiste, and I think he performed higher than what I thought that he was going to. But he didn't have that game wrecker taking over a game from a pass rushing standpoint that Foskey had. They didn't have that this past year. They had it for moments, but injuries plagued them. Vitello was playing his best football before he tore his ACL, and then Boubacar was playing his best football. And you could see that there was a little bit of, hey, like this might be the next guy until he got hurt against Louisville. So for me, the depth of talent coming back is really, really exciting.
We have some big news to discuss right now, Trevor. Okay. I don't know if this has happened before, but Andrew Gilmore said, if you had Traore and Morrison for Ohio State, I think it's a different game. I can't believe these words are going to come out of my mouth. Andrew Gilmore, I agree with you completely.
Oh. Well, I
like
don't.
Them apples. That's a great way to start the offseason right there. Me and my dude Andrew agreeing on stuff. I love it. I love it. But
Oh,
but
it's
I
so
mean, but
good.
that's the thing is like that's what I'm seeing coming back next year is that right there is get him back. And hopefully he can stay healthy because here's the deal. He has not been a guy that could stay healthy for much of his. He was hurt as a senior in high school. He was hurt last year. You hope that kind of, it was just bad luck. But if you can get Boubacar Traore back and you guys can be, have him healthy and kind of get him going, you just got yourself a real, I mean, could you imagine going into November and into the December and January, and you've got Bryce Young coming off of one side and Boubacar off the other? Or here's an even crazier thought. It's 3rd and 9, and you slide one of those guys over the guard, and you've got the other guy on the edge. And then, hey, Logan Thomas, let's throw you out there with Jalen Sneed and say, good luck protecting the quarterback, or maybe it's a Kingston out there. I mean, you're going to have so many more twitchy pass rushers next year if Boubacar comes back and if Logan has a good offseason. Like, because when Boubacar went down in the playoff, you had one twitchy edge rusher, and it was Bryce Young. That's it. I mean, your other twitchy edge rushers were linebackers, Jalen Sneed, Kingston, who was also coming off of a knee injury. Now, forget even talking about the linebackers like Jalen, Kingston, Madden Faramo. Maybe Drake does more next year. I wouldn't use him as a ton as an edge rusher. I'd have him as a guy that blitz up the middle. But you look at Jalen, maybe Jaden Ausberry is doing a little bit more blitzing next year. Forget even that, though. I'm just talking about up front guys. Just twitchiness off the edge. Boubacar, Logan Thomas, Bryce Young. You got to help Josh Burnham really, and we talked about this the other day, really work on helping develop his tool belt, so to speak, because he doesn't have much of one right now. That needs to be your next step. And as I've said before with Al Washington is he had a very young group on the edge this year, guys that hadn't played a lot of football. You had a lot of injuries. It was get down and play the basics and play hard. Well, all those guys are coming back now. The basics are down. They played hard. Now it's about add more to their tool belts now moving forward. And if they can do that on top of the athleticism, I mean, when Josh Burnham is probably not one of your top 2 athletes on defensive end, maybe not even top 3, you're really freaking athletic on the edge. Really freaking athletic. Now, I think it's debatable if he's 2nd or 3rd or 4th, but it's the fact that it's even debatable is everything you need to know about how athletic this group is going to be on the edge next year. Now it's about go make plays. That's going to be a big key. Big key.
Another reason for optimism that we have in 2025 is, again, compounding on top of what we talked about for the offensive and defensive lines. Notre Dame is in a position where they have a lot of skill talent on the offensive and defensive side of the ball, which is some things that we haven't really been able to say consistently, right, about this program over the course of a decade, right? You'd have a couple players here, a couple players there, right? You would have a Kyle Hamilton here, a Jalen Smith there, a Will Fuller here, but it was never consistent, right? And they're returning a lot of athletic, skilled guys in 2025 and the addition of a few in the transfer portal that I think are going to make a big impact too. So, Brian, talk to us through a little bit of, your reasons for confidence in the 2025 skilled players and what it could mean to this program.
Well, I mean, here's something about this Notre Dame football team that is going to be true for next year that I think is something that has me excited is I think this team has a chance to be as athletic as any team in college football next year. I mean, you're not going to find many cornerback tandems as athletic as Christian Gray and Leonard Moore. Now, Christian's got to play better, and Leonard's got to still learn and play better. But, Christian Gray, we're going to talk about him this offseason. He gets a lot of flack for how he played, and he had some bad moments because he's young and he had some. But if you actually break him down on a snap by snap basis, he was really good a lot of the time. He just has to be more consistent because when he's not consistent, that's when good receivers run by him. But there's a lot of good stuff from Christian Gray. And there was a lot of people in this chat and on boards and on Twitter that before his injury, before the Louisville game, thought he was their best corner the first 4 games. He's a young kid. He's going to be just fine, but he's athletic. Leonard Moore is a freak athlete. I mean, we've seen that. You talk about Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price. You're not going to find many backfields that have, if any, that have a more explosive 1-2 punch at running back than those 2 guys. You know, Malachi Field, you went from Bo Collins and Jaden Thomas in the boundary to Malachi Fields in the boundary. You know, I mean, you're Chris Mitchell, really fast guy. You're going to replace him with Will Paulson, who was on Bruce Feldman's freak list last year because he's got a 40-plus inch vertical and ran a 4.39. That's the receiver portal guy that people aren't fired up about, is that guy who had over 100 yards receiving against LSU in a bowl game 2 years ago. You know, you're going to be athletic at tight end next year with Eli Raridan, you know, who's a really explosive vertical athlete. He's now going to be 2 full years removed from his knee injury. You know, you look at linebacker, they're very athletic there. You upgraded athletically, in my opinion, at nickel. Jordan Clark was a heck of a football player this year. He's a good athlete, but he's incredibly smart. Like, he's one of the most high football IQ players Notre Dame has had in the secondary in a long time. Devontae Smith is 3 inches taller, if not 4, about 15, 20 pounds heavier, and more explosive athletically, in my opinion. You lose Xavier Watts and you add Brandon Logan and Jadon Blair, who are extremely athletic players. Jalen Stroman's an athletic player. When I look at this football team, I look at it and say, boy, this team has got a chance to be one of those teams that you look at and say, this team is really athletic. And where we thought that at certain spots this year, but it's going to be even enhanced more next year, because some of the guys that you had that were really good players and smart players, you're now upgrading the athleticism at some of those spots. And now younger guys are going to be bigger, stronger, faster now as they go from freshman to sophomore and sophomores to juniors. Like Drake Bowen's only going to get more explosive. Jaden's going to get more explosive. Kingston's going to get more explosive. That's just usually, not always, usually how guys go. It's not like you're going to go from running a 4.8 to a 4.4, but you go from running a 4.65 to a 4.6. You know, if you want to look at numbers that way as you go from freshman to sophomore to junior seasons. And so, like, of all the things that Notre Dame lost this year from the team that was there for most of the year, outside of Xavier Watts, what's the one athlete that you're like, man, I didn't want to lose that guy? I'd say Watts and Jack Kaiser, the two athletes. But you're going to replace Jack Kaiser in the lineup with Jaden Ausberry, Kingston Biliama-Asa, and Jalen Sneed. You're not taking a step down athletically with those guys. That's not to say that they're better athletes than Jack, because Jack is an outstanding athlete. It's just saying you're not losing athleticism there. You know, you're not losing athleticism by Xavier Watts being gone. You may not have as good of a football player, but you're not losing athleticism. You're not losing athleticism with Jordan Clark being gone. You're gaining some. And you're not losing athleticism with Bo Collins or Jaden Thomas leaving. You're gaining some with Malachi Fields. That's my point, is I look at the team and I say, there's not only a couple athletic players, there's a lot of athletic players, starters and number twos. And that's something that because at the end of the day, man, speed kills. I mean, you guys come in and make mistakes that are young guys and they make it fast and they're athletic. They can overcome some of that stuff where a guy who's a 4.7 can never be out of – DJ Brown could never afford to be a step out of position or he's going to get beat. Jadon Blair can be out of position by a step and it may end up being a 10-yard completion, but it's not going to be a 60-yard touchdown. That's the difference. And that's what kind of has me excited is I look at the skill talent they're going to have. Now, the receivers have to prove a lot, Trev, and we'll get specifics about the receivers later down the road in future shows. But athletically, Malachi Fields, Jaden Greathouse, Jordan Faison, Cam Williams, Micah Gilbert, KK Smith, Logan Saldate, Will Pauling, you're going to be really athletic there. You know, Eli Raridan at tight end. You're adding James Flanagan to the roster. The running backs they have. Athleticism will not be a problem for this Notre Dame offense next year at all. At all. And the same thing is true on the back end of the defense. It's exciting to think about. And that is why they were able to overcome, at times, injuries and certain things this year, because they could just out-athlete a lot of teams they played. They couldn't out-athlete Ohio State. They had to execute. They didn't execute. And that's why they got beat.
The skill talent that Notre Dame has coming back on offense and defense is extremely exciting. And honestly, it's the thing that makes me the most excited about it is it's dispersed throughout. That's my point, right? Because I've been saying this all year. I've said this before. I was a part of Irish Breakdown, that you would always have a few, right? You'd have a few premier athletes, maybe one or two on offense, maybe one or two on defense, and that was it. Outside of that, you had a bunch of try-hard guys that were good football players, right? Smart, made the right decision, but it was never whenever they would go up against that premier athlete, it was that's it.
Right. Like let's say that Carson Hobbs would have had to be forced to be played because another injury happened in the playoff game. I'd be worried about that matchup because Carson's young and he doesn't have a lot of experience. He doesn't have the technique. But I'm not going to be like, I don't think he can run with those guys. You know what I mean? Like Dallas Gold next year, it's not going to be like, man, I don't know if he's athletic enough to be special. He's young. He's got a lot to learn. Mark Zachary's young. He's got a lot to learn. Cree Thomas, young. But those guys can all freaking run. You know what I mean? Like Carson Hobbs has to learn how to play the game as a young guy, but he can run. Dallas Gold's going to have to learn how to play the game, but he can freaking run. Mark Zachary, Cree Thomas, they can run. To your point, Trev, where in the past it was like it went from Troy Pride to a bunch of 4 or 6 guys that were great guys and great players, but like Troy Pride goes down, you lose him in 2019, right, to the NFL, and you end up replacing him with what? Next year, Clarence Lewis. You know what I mean? Like now it's like you lose Benjamin Morrison and you've got Christian Gray and Leonard Moore and Carson Hobbs and Dallas Golden and Mark Zachary and Cree Thomas. Freaking exciting, dude. I mean, how do you not get fired up about that?
Oh, it's awesome. Well, because the difference is like if on offense, if Notre Dame's receivers don't win on a route, it's not because the corners were just significantly faster or significantly bigger or significantly stronger. It's fundamental issues that can be fixed. You know what I mean? Do a better job of stacking the corner. Find the open hole in the zone. Things like that. On defense, it's if a player's going to get burnt. Listen, Christian Gray got Christian Gray got burned a couple times this postseason. It's not because he's slow. It's because he was either put in a position where he was not meant to succeed, or not meant to succeed, but put in a bad spot where it was going to be really hard to succeed. Or 2 is a fundamental thing, right? Like, but it wasn't for his lack of speed. It wasn't for his. I mean, look, on Quinshon Judkins' 70-yard run in the national championship, he reached 20 miles an hour, and that's not their fastest running back. The 2 players that caught up to him from significantly behind him were Leonard Moore and Christian Gray, who were both almost in the backfield at the time that he broke behind the linebackers. Speed is not an issue with them. It's not, which is something that I haven't been able to say for most of my Notre Dame fandom. So being in this spot right now is really, really exciting. Really exciting. Another reason to, be excited about 2025, and part of the reason why we have the expectations that we do have is for the coaching and the coaches that they have coming back. We spent a lot of time talking about Marcus Freeman. So, Brian, some of the reasons why we said that we're confident about the expectations that we have for this team in 2025 is coaching. So where do you start with that one? Where do you start to look at?
To me, it comes down to, Trevor, this is that, yes, there are questions about D coordinator and, how good is this coach or that coach. But, like, we could debate, okay, just how good of a coach is Joe Rudolph? How good of a coach is Al Washington? Like, really? But the question is, what degree of goodness are they? That's the discussion. It's not Joe Rudolph is bad. Is he a championship caliber coach? It's not that Al Washington's bad. He's not a bad football coach. Is he championship caliber? I mean, those are questions for a lot of these coaches at Notre Dame because they haven't won a championship. But you're looking at it and you're saying, we're arguing about how good a guy is, not is he bad, or like the debate that we should be having about Joe Rudolph is incredibly different than the debate we were having about Jeff Quinn. Like, there were people defending Jeff Quinn when you're like, listen, guys, great human being. One of the best people I've ever met in coaching, Jeff Quinn. Just there's not a coach on the staff that I'd probably want to hang out with more than Jeff Quinn as a human being. Great guy. good recruiter, just not a good, just not only not good offensive line coach, a bad offensive line coach. And that's just a fact. We've had some D-line coaches at Notre Dame over the years that were bad coaches. We've had some secondary guys that were bad coaches. We've had some receiver coaches that were bad coaches. The question now with this staff and what gives me optimism that they're going to reach their potential, even the Chris Ash hire, if that's what happens, he's not a bad football coach. I just don't think he's a really good football coach. And that hasn't always been true at Notre Dame. They've had bad defensive coordinators. Only one under Kelly. Kelly did a great job with D coordinator hires outside of the Van Gorder hire. But Charlie made some bad D coordinator hires. Obviously, there were some bad ones, at times under Lou, a couple, not very good ones under Lou. So we're looking at this saying, okay, how good are they? Meaning like, okay, they're all good, minimum good, but are they good enough to win a championship? That's the debate we're having. And when you're having that kind of debate, you feel kind of good about the fact that you're going to it's one of the reasons why I feel so much better about Notre Dame's ability to reach their floor each season. And that's kind of where what gives me, like, I don't see a 9-3, 8-4 step back next year unless you're just having just the incredibly awful injuries that are even worse than what we saw this year. I just don't see that. And so that is why when I look at this football team and I say that the conversation is about what level of good are all the coaches, you just feel like you've got a shot to reach your floor. And that's my thing, Trev. And so just to summarize, because I know you had to step out real quick, it's essentially there's nobody on the staff that I think is a bad coach, even if they hire Chris Ash. He's not a bad coach. It's what level of goodness are they? There's no BVG on staff. There's no Charlie Molnar on staff. There's no guys like that. I don't want to call out too many other people. It just comes down to that makes me feel confident that they're at least going to be their floor every year. The question about how good they are is going to be what determines if they can reach their ceiling. But all the coaches they have on staff are good enough. Like, that's what Marcus Freeman has done the moment he got rid of Chancey Stuckey and replaced him with Mike Brown. You looked at the staff and said, the only question now is how good are they as a staff? Okay, they're pretty good. Are they really, really good? Are they elite? But they're not. There's nobody bad left on the staff. Brian Kelly always had like 3 or 4 assistants or 2 or 3 assistants, just kind of dragged everybody else down. And like the 2015 staff was a pretty good staff for the most part. I mean, I think Todd Light was a solid DB coach. Mike Elston was on that staff. He was a pretty good D-line coach. You had Mike Denbrock was your OC. He was a good offense. He had Harry Heastan as your offensive line coach, but then you had Brian Van Gorder kind of dragged it all down. You've had that. Bob Diaco, I thought, was a really good coach in 2010 and 11. Chuck Martin coaching your secondary was a great hire. You had Ed Warner, who's a good football coach. He's not as good as Harry Heastan, but he's a good football coach. You had guys like Tony Alford was on that staff. Tim Hinton was a solid coach. I think Bobby Elliott, was on those early staffs. Bob Diaco was a really good defensive coordinator. But then you had like Charlie Molnar kind of dragging the whole thing down. And there's none of that on this staff. We can debate just how good they are. And when the debate is how good are they from some level of goodness, and I love how they're Jason Smith, give me the goodest. Agree with you, Jason. But the point is, when you're arguing what level of good are they, the floor is not the problem anymore. It's now, can you reach your ceiling? The floor is going to be met, in my opinion, when you've got the kind of staff that Marcus Freeman has put together. The question is, if you're able to keep this staff together, whoever you add as your D coordinator, or if somebody leaves, replace them with a similar caliber coach, because we're not out of the woods yet of guys leaving. There's still a lot of NFL jobs that are going to be getting filled over the next month or so. But the point is if he keeps doing that, the question now is, okay, is it good enough to reach their ceiling? Meaning, is it good enough to go toe-to-toe with the top programs and out-coach them? Well, say whatever you want about the current coaches, and I have my beefs with certain guys. I just watched this coaching staff out-coach Kirby Smart and his coaching staff. I just watched this coaching staff go into halftime on both sides of the ball and make adjustments, and in the second half, absolutely out-coach Tom Allen and Chris Kotelnicki. 2 very good football coaches. And I watched Mike Denbrock in the final 2 quarters of that game and on the first drive just whoop Jim Knowles. I mean, there was nothing Jim Knowles did schematically to Notre Dame to give them problems. Notre Dame just didn't execute. And when they started executing, Ohio State had 0 answers to stop that offense. 0. And that's that's a big difference. That's what hiring Mike Denbrock does for you. It's what having Mike Mickens on staff does for you. It's what having Deland McCullough and even Mike Brown, who I'm a lot higher on than others, does for you. Is your odds of reaching your floor every year are greatly enhanced. Now let's find out if this staff is good enough to reach their ceiling. But that's why I feel like the expectations. That's why I feel comfortable saying, yeah, I expect another level. Yeah, but they got a first-time quarterback. And then, all right, so you don't need to rely on your quarterback to win you games next year like you had to rely on Riley Leonard this year, in my opinion. So that's the difference. And that's why I'm confident about this football team.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I love about the conversation around the coaching staff is the question is now, are they a championship caliber coaching staff? It's not, is this the coaching? Can this coaching staff get you the big win, right? In 2024, this coaching staff went into College Station in week 1 with a brand new starting quarterback and 9 offensive players with freshman or sophomore year eligibility and won by double digits in SEC country. This is the team, this is the coaching staff that rattled off 10 straight victories to cap off an 11-1 regular season. This is the coaching staff that went in and helped get their players and their position groups ready to beat a Kirby Smart and a Georgia. I mean, the SEC champs by 10 points, 13 points in the Sugar Bowl. And so now when that question goes to, because it's awesome, because like during my time as a Notre Dame fan, like I've gotten to see the shift, right? It's what coaching staff can help get you over that hump. And the hump has gone from, can they get you back to being bowl eligible, right? I remember the 2007 season. I remember the 2016 season to, hey, can this coaching staff get you to, competing for New Year's Six Bowls with the ultimate goal always still being a national championship. Like that's the reason why you come to Notre Dame. To now it's that hump is getting back to the national championship. And not when I mean back to, I don't mean going from 8-4 to going 14-2. I mean, can you take that 14-2 performance and not necessarily replicate it, but can you take that experience and that knowledge that you had from that fantastic season and put your guys back in a position to go and compete for the national championship? Because for all of the things that went awry in that national championship game, like I said, at one point in time, they were a 3rd and 11 stop away from potentially going down and tying that game. So, and that's closer to a national championship than I've seen in my lifetime. And so that's why I'm excited about this coaching staff, because like that conversation around what, like, can they get over that next hump? That hump is just now the national championship. The hump isn't, all right, let's get back to double-digit win regular seasons. It's not, hey, let's win a big major bowl win. It's, they did all that.
It's the concern, in my opinion, the concern of what we had under the previous regime, which is, I think you pointed this out the other day, 2012, great season. Next year, 9-4. 2015, great season. Next year, 4-8. 2020, great season. Next year, you went 11-2, but it was one of the most like least enjoyable 11-1 regular seasons I've ever seen. You're just like, this is just not a good football team. They're just more talented than everybody they're playing. Almost lost to a 5-7 Florida State team. Almost lost to a 7-6 MAC team. Couldn't put USC away, who wasn't very good. Couldn't put North Carolina away, who wasn't very good. I mean, you're just like, you had to come back and have Jack Cohn just pull some stuff out of his you-know-what against Virginia Tech in the fourth quarter to beat that team who wasn't very good. And that was like an ugly 11-1 season. And it just is a big step down. I don't have that same fear with this football team because of all the things we talked about. Let's just quickly mention a couple things, and we're going to go to the mailbag next, Trev. We've gone really long on this segment. The 3 concerns, and we don't need to have a lot of talk about them. I'm just going to list them. You got to have a better year of health. You were fortunate that things went the way they did this year. You can't go through another year of this much mass injuries to frontline players. You have to avoid that to the degree. You're always going to have injuries to the degree we saw it last year. Can't come close next year. Number one. Number two, the quarterback battle is going to be key, right? How it goes down is going to have an impact on the culture in the locker room, and being willing to be bold in your decision making there is going to be very, very important, because how well this offense performs, if you don't get the quarterback right, then your ceiling is like every quarterback on the roster, that scholarship quarterback that's returning. So I'm talking about Angeli, Kenny, and CJ. All three, I don't care who starts, the floor doesn't change for me. Doesn't change. They'll be 10-2 minimum next year with whoever starts a quarterback. You got to find the guy that you think gives you the best chance to reach your ceiling as a football team. I'm not saying who that is. I'm saying that's the thing that you need to be able to figure out, while also establishing the right culture in your locker room. And a quarterback battle can be something that divides a locker room if you don't handle it the right way. And then the final thing is, obviously, you got to get the DC hire right. Now, I'm not trying to rehash what we talked about yesterday. We made our feelings known. What we can all say is, whatever you feel about who we think the new D coordinator is going to be, we all can agree on one thing. We all hope that Marcus Freeman is correct. That's really where we've said our piece. I'm not going to spend the whole offseason tearing down the season, and it's going to suck because I don't like the D coordinator hire. I said my piece. If he becomes if the official hire is official, I'll kind of reiterate some of my concerns, talk about some things that I hope go well, but then we're all going to say, let's roll forward, and hopefully Coach Freeman is right on this. And if he's not, we'll address it at the time, but we're not going to focus on, oh, woe is us, the season is lost because Chris Ash is the D coordinator, if that's how it goes. We're not going to do that. And we're all going to hope that those of us who don't like the hire are wrong, and that the hire ends up being a home run and that Marcus Freeman is correct. 100%. That's my hope. Mm-hmm. And we'll see how it goes. But we set our piece on that, and we can move on from that. Those are really the big question marks for me, Trev, is just health, getting that D coordinator hire right, and then making sure that it's not just who you pick a quarterback, it's the how. That's the big thing for me is the how. So those are the three things. And so we'll wrap up with that. We'll go to the mailbag next, Trev. But folks, before we do get to that mailbag, we're going to go for just an hour. Do me a favor, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast. We would greatly appreciate a 5-star review. Would appreciate that very, very much. And if you haven't done so, please sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. We'll have recruiting updates every night now, coaches on the road. We're going to start doing a lot more recruiting coverage here moving forward. It's the plan. We'll try to execute that. We've got some other things in store this offseason, some breakdown stuff, and just a lot of things we're going to start doing here on the message board that I'm looking forward to here moving forward. But that's that. You can find that at boards.irishbreakdown.com.
All right, Brian, it is mailbag time, and you guys know the drill. If you guys put in a super chat, that gets bumped up to the top, and we're going to go for about an hour here. I've already seen some of the submissions. Really good submissions as always here, guys. But, of course, we're going for an hour here. Friday is when we're going to have our full, longer mailbag. So we'll get to as many as we can in that hour. But got a couple of super chats in here first, Brian. First super chat is from Iden Manami. Thank you for the super chat, Iden. And this is for bringing back daily mailbags. Love it. Thank you, fellas.
Well, the reason we stopped doing it really was just about time, and it wasn't as profitable as it had become. And when you conclude the time, but we're doing a bit of a refocus. We're now re-emphasizing the podcast a little bit more, and not emphasizing as much the front page website, the free website. That gives us more time to be able to focus more on this. And honestly, they're fun to do. Mm-hmm. So we're going to get better at maybe not having topics that take 2 hours and 48 minutes. And had the schedule not been released yesterday, it would have been perfect because we'd be right at like 2 hours, and then we would go. But there'll be some feel like we don't want every show to be 4 hours every day. It's just sometimes when topics come about. So, we'll start maybe sometimes like just split them down and things like that. But we'll get the hang of it. But they're fun to do, honestly. And especially in the off season, there's a lot of different types of things to talk about. Where in the regular season, like, hey guys, can we stay on point about the team that we're about to play? In the off season, it's like, hey, you know what? Whatever your heart desires, let's talk about it. Let's have some fun with it. So Appreciate that, Dan.
Super chat in here from Isaac. Thank you, Isaac. Miami away is more of a neutral game now anyways.
Kind of. I mean, it's still a road game because if Miami's playing – here's the thing. If Miami plays well early, that crowd will be loud, loud, loud. And I believe that – and I don't have any proof of this, but Miami, it just seems louder than it should be. Like I think that maybe the design of the stadium like amplifies the sound a little bit. And we saw this in 2017. When Miami plays well, that place is crazy loud. And there's going to be a lot of fans there. They won't be there for the next game against non-Notre Dame opponent, but they're front runners. They'll be there for that game. And but if Notre Dame jumps out to let's say Notre Dame jumps out to like an early 10 or 14-0 lead, it'll be like playing that game in Chicago. I mean, it'll just be Notre Dame fans cheering. Yeah. That's how Miami fans are, man. They are big time front. They're worse than USC fans in that regard. Because you'll find some like really like a good number of USC fans, but there's also a lot of the California people that just say it's a cool thing to do on a Saturday.
Yep.
Miami fans are the really just big time front runners.
Super chat from Bobby Jesus Follower Reeves. Thank you for the super chat, Bobby. Just got in. So sorry if I already answered. Feelings on Chris Ash as defensive coordinator. As always says, phenomenal job keeping content coming, guys.
You really will just read whatever's on the prompter. I'd say this, Bobby. I would encourage you to go watch the show we did yesterday. We'll break it up, and I'll have just that segment up. Podcast. You can listen to the podcast form, or you can listen to it here. I published the segment, so I split up and published the segment where we just talked about the D coordinator hire. So it's on the website now. You can go listen to that. And that'll explain to you. Matter of fact, actually, just to kind of help you out, Bobby, I'm going to copy the link and just put it into the chat now, and you can go listen to our thoughts on it. And I'll put that in there now, so you can watch that. But look, I have concerns. I have concerns about his lack of success at his most recent stops. I have concerns about the fact that it seems that he's not a guy that is necessarily in demand. I have concerns about his recruiting track record. I have concerns about things I've heard about how he interacts with people and whether or not you can keep the culture that you have in that regard. So I'm not a big fan of it. I don't think he's a bad football mind. I mean, you don't have this, like I said about like his success at Wisconsin, Ohio State, they weren't like significantly better under him than they were outside of him, but they weren't worse. That's the sign of a bad coach, is that they get worse. They didn't get worse. In most instances, they got slightly better. My thing is, but you're replacing a much better coach than he has replaced at other places as well. So I'm not thrilled about it for a lot of reasons. But that video that I just put out will help you just more detail into my overthoughts. Some good and some things that are not so good. And so that'll help you with that. But I appreciate the super chat. And we'll do our best to keep the content phenomenal. It's definitely going to keep coming. The question is, can we make it phenomenal? And that's what we'll aim to do this offseason.
All righty. Mailbag question in here from Irish Fan 26. Does the IB crew have any vacations planned?
Well, I actually, for the first time in, maybe almost a decade, I actually have a real vacation planned. My vacations in the past where I would go home and visit my family in Virginia, and I'd work the whole time. We do shows every day, and that's not a real vacation. My vacation, my wife and I are going to go on a cruise with our family in March. So my wife loves cruises. I don't know where we're going. I have no clue. I think we're leaving out of Norfolk though. So that'll be nice. But I don't know. Like, that's what we have. I don't know if we're going to do anything else outside that. I am trying to get a better job of doing more things with Angela, just like little things. Like, she was talking the other day about going down to Kentucky and checking out the Noah's Ark exhibit. And I've always wanted to drive out to Iowa to the Field of Dreams place. That's you can actually go out there and visit, and just like doing little stuff like that. But like, I can still work by doing some of that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, do a show, drive there, get a hotel, get up next day, do the show from the hotel, and then go check it out or whatever, but I am trying to just live life a little bit more, but it's hard when you're running a business. It's hard. But Yeah, I'm actually taking my first real vacation where I won't be on the show that week. I'll be on out in the ocean somewhere. So we'll go over all that and get that schedule planned. We will still have shows. I just won't be on them, and we'll be fine. We'll be good. But yeah, I don't know where we're going. I know it's an ocean cruise. We're going to be on the East Coast. I'd have to ask Angela. I'm curious. She must not be watching. Normally she's watching, and she would have already told me where the cruise is. But yeah, we'll be doing that. It's gonna be fun. Like my nieces and nephew are gonna be on there. My mom and dad will be on there. It'll be fun.
Nice.
But I like cruises. I just don't love the idea of being like way out in the ocean. If I could stay a little closer to the coastline, or I can maybe swim to shore if things go wrong, I'd feel a little better about that. But it is what it is.
No, I got you. Yeah, Lauren and I are taking our honeymoon this year.
Yes.
So we're going to the island of Oahu. We're going to Hawaii.
Right.
We're visiting Waikiki
Right.
Beach. So
and yes, Irish English. It is an ocean cruise line or land-based ones, but you can take cruises up the Mississippi. You can take cruises around that hug the shorelines of different parts. So yes, smarty pants. There are different types of cruises, but I believe this one is we're going to have a lot of time out just on open water. That's the difference. And I'm not a huge fan of that part of it. Smarty pants. So yeah.
Joe Allen, can you explain how the limited 105-man roster works now? Did some walk-on players just get outright released? I'm curious.
I don't know. I don't believe they've officially voted on what that rule is going to look like, correct? I think that's going to happen this spring. And my guess would be is that there's going to be certain number of players that are sort of somewhat grandfathered in, and that this is a transitional period. But essentially what it's going to look like is you can't have more than 105 guys in your roster. Now, you can have up to 105 scholarship players, but you don't have to. I don't know what the Big Ten has done, but I know the SEC has already stated we're going to stay at 85 scholarships and then have a 105-man roster, meaning they're going to still have 20 walk-on spots. I would imagine Notre Dame is going to stay within 85 to 90 at the most scholarships and then have the rest be walk-ons. And that's where I think a lot of people are going to go. And I think a lot of these conferences are going to kind of agree to do that. And so, because conferences can make their own, the NCAA can say, hey, you can have up to 105 scholarships, but if the conferences say, sorry, we're only going to allow 85, then everyone in the league agrees to that, then that's what they can do. So I think we'll see more of that. But essentially, it's like you can't, and I've been at places where we had this. I've coached at when I was at Muhlenberg College, we had a roster cap. We couldn't go beyond a certain number. School wouldn't allow it. And so that's just basically what it means. You can't go over a certain number. So once you get to 105, can't have more guys. I think that's a silly rule. I understand why they're doing it. I just think it's a bad rule. And especially now. So you're going to make all these 18 to 21-year-olds play significantly longer seasons. And then you're going to take away 20 guys off the roster that allow them to go through a season.
Right.
Yeah, we're looking out for players. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. It's all about the more players in your roster, the more money you got to spend on NIL. Because even walk-ons get certain amounts of money. That's basically what it comes down to. It's all about trying to save money. That's what it is. Yeah.
Got a question in here from Kevin McKerney. Sorry if I butchered that. So what are the chances we keep USC and Stanford in 26 for Stanford and 2027 for USC?
I think you say McInerney? Is that what you said? McInerney? I think that's what it is. I honestly don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what the ACC aspect of Stanford makes that a little bit interesting. If I'm Notre Dame, what I would like to do, Trev, as I've said this before, I'd like to drop Stanford and just tell the ACC we'd like to play them 4 or 5 times every decade.
Yeah.
Couple years on, couple years off, couple years on, couple years off. That's what we'd like to do now that they're in the ACC. I don't think that you're already playing 4 to 5 ACC games a year. I don't think you need to add another ACC team that's part of your rivalry. I would like to replace that, to be completely honest with you. USC definitely needs to stay on the schedule, and I hope that they do. But I The Stanford rivalry never really mattered a whole lot to me, except when they got dominated by Stanford, because they were that hurt the program. Like late 2010s or late 2000s and then early 2010s. I mean, not only was Stanford beating them on the field, but Stanford was beating them for recruits. And you're like, man, that's like, Tom Carter's kid went to Stanford. Justin Reed. I'm trying to remember the name of the kid from Florida that I really liked. Ben, I think it's Ben Edwards. I mean, they were getting beat. In-state kids, Blake Luters, decommits from Notre Dame, goes to Stanford. Josh Garnett, there was a lot of guys at Stanford beat Notre Dame for during that time. And Paulson Adebo, remember that one flipped from Notre Dame to Stanford?
Yeah.
I just didn't like it. I don't see any value that Stanford adds. There was like a 5-year window where playing Stanford added to your resume, because if you could beat them, that meant something because they were really good. Outside of that window, it's irrelevant. You're supposed to beat Stanford and beat them soundly. And if for some reason you don't play them well or you get beat by them, it's like, oh my God, what a terrible loss. They're just not that program anymore. So and there's fan base that even care about football. So why should I care about playing them? Well, you get a chance to play out west. Again, then schedule a team out west every other year. Schedule a different West Coast team every year. Play a neutral site. Play a team that's a neutral site opponent, a Shamrock opponent in the Rose Bowl. Play a game in the Raiders, or not the Raiders, but the Rams' new stadium or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, play a neutral site game there. Play in Las Vegas. Play a neutral site game and schedule Washington in a home and home. Schedule Oregon for a home and home. There's things you can do to have in opposite years. So like that you're playing USC. So if you're playing USC out in California one year, then you play that team at home. And if you're, playing USC at home, then that's the year you play your neutral site or your Shamrock game out in California or out in Las Vegas. I don't think you need that Stanford game. It doesn't move. And because it used to be important, Trev, because after that last game, the coaches would all stay on the West Coast and go visit all those kids. They do in-homes. Well, your recruiting class is now done by the time you get to the end of the season. And so that's just not as important of a window. I mean, it used to be where your biggest recruiting was done postseason. And like Lou Holtz would put together his majority of his class based on December, January visits for the banquet and stuff. Like, I remember when I would get the Blue and Gold Illustrated magazine back when Tim Priester and Lou Samoji were running it. And I mean, I couldn't wait to get the January one where you find out how the banquet went. You know what I mean? Like, who was on campus? How did it go? And you get so excited about it because that's how the class was going to get put together. Now it's like your class is basically done by that point in time. So the benefits you used to have aren't there anymore. And you don't need to play in front of California kids as much as you used to. I mean, Alabama. When was the last time Alabama played out in California? They crush it out in California recruiting-wise. They don't go out there and play in California. Ohio State doesn't play out in California very often. They do a good job out there. Michigan gets California kids. They don't play out in California. I don't have that need anymore, Trev. I just don't think it adds any value to you. Yeah, you play academic school. Cool. Then rotate home and homes every other year with Vanderbilt, Northwestern, Duke, and Stanford. If you want to play, put home and home with Rice for all I care. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need Stanford in my life anymore. There's just nothing positive they bring to you. So I would move on from that and then maybe get a new rival, establish a new rival. We've talked about this in the past. Pete Bavacqua talked about this recently about maybe there might be some value to adding Clemson every year, making sure that they're playing Clemson every year moving forward. That's a rivalry we've talked about that. That's a respectful rivalry. They've battled some big games and I think Dabo has a lot of respect for Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame people have a lot of respect for Clemson. Something like that. I don't know that that's where I would go with it, but like something like that I would much rather see than playing Stanford every year. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. I just think that there's a lot more quality opponents that they could put on their schedule outside of Stanford. That's where I'm at with it.
Yep.
Aiden Benami, have you heard or has Chad taken any recruiting people with him yet?
Have not heard. Not from Notre Dame. And I've heard there's a former Notre Dame recruiting guy might go with him out there. I don't want to say anything because I don't know if it's public yet, but not yet. I don't know of anybody. My communication has been good with those. I don't know of anyone that's going to go out there with him. I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm just saying I haven't heard that yet. Not any Notre Dame people.
Brian, I heard Trev's thoughts, but I want to know yours. How much better was our run scheme this year compared to last?
Well, I think it was good. I think it was fine. There were times this year I didn't like what they did. There's times last year. Hey, guys, I'm a former football coach, right? I was an offensive guy. And I'm always going to have something that I think they should have done. And I can promise you if I ran an offense, there'd be things that Mike Denbrock would do that. I mean, you're always going to not agree with everything somebody else does. But overall, I was fine with it. I think there's some things that I would have liked to see them at times. I thought they got a little bit too inside zone heavy and not enough of the counters off of it. I think there's a couple things they can do with motion that I would like to see them add to the run game. So certainly some areas where it can get better. And I'll have some breakdowns on that this offseason, some film breakdowns and some statistical breakdowns on the website, on the message board at boards.ourshbreakdown.com, kind of showing some of this. But overall, I was fine with it. I'm someone who believes in simplicity from a running scheme and being multiple with how I get to it. You know, like one of the things I loved about what Tommy Reed, like one of the best schemed games that I've seen Notre Dame have in the run game was still 2022 Clemson. And they just ran all over Clemson. They ran duo like 85, 90% of the time. They just did it 7 or 8 different ways with different alignments and motions. And that to me is a great run game. Like you go back and watch the old Mike Shanahan 1990s Broncos teams. They basically ran inside zone, split flow zone, and outside zone off either toss or stretch. That's about it. Lead play here and there. But just they'd get to it so many different ways that you had to be prepared for it. That's how I'm a believer in that. Just keep hammering away at that. You don't need to run 17 different variations of a run play. I would say I'd like to see there be a couple more counters. A toss with pin and pull. Like a buck sweep, like Coach Easton ran that mess out of inside zone in 17. But they'd have a G scheme and a buck sweep and counter mixed in to where if they caught you with the right look and you're trying to play zone and they catch you in a certain front and they're running buck sweep, strike up the band because Josh Adams is house in this one. That's just my philosophy. So I'm comfortable with the scheme that they ran this year. I'm an inside zone guy. Like, for example, like the Navy game, I did a breakdown against Navy. One of the film breakdowns I did was showing how Notre Dame ran almost no inside zone against Navy. Like I'm breaking the game down and I texted somebody and I was like, hey, were you guys running duo all day? And he's like, yeah. Because I'm thinking like maybe they're running inside zone. It just looks a little different, but it kind of looked like duo. They didn't run a ton of duo early in the year. And they're like, yeah, we just ran duo all game because they were doing some different things that we felt gave our zone stuff problems. And we thought we'd just push them off the ball with duo. So I just ran it at them all day. And it was brilliant. They never did that again where they just ran duo all day. But for that game, they felt that was the thing to do. And they did it a bunch of different ways and they ran all over Navy. So I like stuff like that. Like they knew they could get to the edge against Purdue. So instead of getting to the edge against Purdue by just straight stretch where they can flow, they did it off counter looks to get Purdue to pinch. They would log and then pop it. Smart. It's good, great game planning. Did that against Stanford as well. So I thought they were schemed well. I think there's some little adjustments and wrinkles that I think they need to do next year with a different quarterback that I think will factor in. But overall, I was comfortable with how the run scheme went this year compared to last year. I also think the run scheme this year was more geared towards the strengths of the offensive lineman. My biggest issue, and I said this last year, I had no problem schematically with the stuff that Joe Rudolph liked to run last year. He was the designer of the run game in 2023. A lot of it, I mean, Jared Parker would call it, but a lot of it was Joe Rudolph. Schematically, I had no issues with it. Just getting on a chalkboard, hey, this is a great play to block. If I'm just looking at O's and not specifically who those O's are.
Sure.
Some good stuff. But when you're asking Pat Coogan and Rocco Spindler to be your primarily pin and pullers, your pullers and pin and pull, then that's not smart. I've said this before. There's stuff that Brian Van Gorder did where I'm like, in theory on a chalkboard, that makes a lot of sense. But when I start looking at practical things and on 3rd and 9, you're dropping Jerron Jones into coverage, you're an idiot. Even though on a board it may make sense, you're an idiot that you're asking your 6'5", 315-pound nose guard to drop into coverage on 3rd and 9. You're an idiot. You know? I'm not saying Joe Rosen. I'm saying, but what you did not fit your personnel. I thought this year they did a much better job of, you have a bunch of young linemen. You had guys that hadn't played a whole lot of football. Don't ask them to do 50 million different things. Block freaking inside zone, block counter. That, you know what I mean? And then let me get creative with how we get to those things. I thought it was smart. I liked it.
Aiden Benami, are Fields' numbers the real deal? Seems too good to be true. Joking, but those are legit numbers with an average quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, like there was somebody the other day that was it was a very good poster, and he was talking about how, Fields isn't a whole lot different than like Bo Collins, and as far as like how he uses, he's like thinks he's a better player, but just usage wise, doesn't get the ball a lot down the field. I'm like, that speaks to their offense. It doesn't speak to his ability. And when you have the quarterbacks they had, and especially this year with an offensive line that just could not protect the quarterback, you're not going to run a lot of vertical stuff. That's how he was used. And I think it's like, to me, if I'm going to say what's the perfect way to use Malachi Fields, it's like how Notre Dame used Miles Boykin in 2018. A lot of comebacks, a lot of digs, a lot of back shoulders, a lot of post routes, a lot of, drags, stuff like that. I would use them very similarly how Notre Dame used Miles Boykin, because they're very similar athletes. I just think Malachi is a better player. So, yeah, I would do a lot of that stuff. But if I had Virginia's quarterback and Virginia's offensive line, I wouldn't do nearly as much of that. And the point he made was like a lot of the vertical stuff came from the slot. Yeah, because that's how they had to get to that in that offense. It'll be a little different at Notre Dame,
Sure.
in my opinion.
Sure. Super chat from Tyler Evans. Thank you, Tyler. Is there any head coaching hires this cycle you like and some you have questions about, and why?
I mean, we'll get into more of that this offseason, Tyler. We'll actually have some discussions on that, but let me just kind of quickly, let me just pull this up because it helps me to go through off the top of my head. I'm going to have not be able to just yank all of them out of there, but let's just kind of go through some of the coaching hires this offseason. Bill Belichick at North Carolina. I don't love that hire, to be honest with you. I think he's got a better chance at winning now than he would have 5 years ago in a true college system. But I think there's still a very important part is relating to people. And that's not something that Bill Belichick's ever been known for. I don't know how I feel about that hire. I don't love that hire. I think it was time to move on from Mac Brown, but I don't know if I'd say Bill Belichick was necessarily the answer there. Thoughts on that one? I'll just kind of say mine, Trev, and then you give me your thoughts if you want to share more on it.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat with you, man. Like, look, here's my thing with Bill Belichick. I think North Carolina went to an extreme level of like, in this age of nil and you need someone to kind of be a GM. They just went to the farthest extreme and they hired a head coach that was also a GM for an NFL organization without remembering that a big part of a successful college coach is being able to develop young guys. Not saying that Bill Belichick can't, but it's a different world. I mean, college football is definitely different from where it was 5 years ago. I agree with that. But the best coaches are still ones that invest time in their players. And that is something that Bill Belichick never did in the NFL in his long time being a head coach. I mean, if anything, he was known for the exact opposite, right? So that's my question marks with him.
Agree. Rich Rodriguez to West Virginia is one I really like. I think that makes a ton of sense. He's a legend there. To win there, you've got to be gimmicky, in my opinion. He's still very gimmicky. I said this earlier when we were asked a similar question a few weeks ago, a month or so ago. And I think he kind of resurrected his career a little bit at his last couple stops, but like Rich Rod's has won everywhere he's been except for Michigan. He won at Arizona. He had Arizona in the Pac-12 title game. People forget that. In 2014, when when Oregon played for the national title, they beat Arizona in the big Pac-12 title game. That was a rematch of a game they played in the regular season that Arizona won. And Rich Rod was their head coach. Did a great job at Jacksonville State. And I think that was a great hire, in my opinion. Like, great hire there. Scott Frost going back to UCF. We'll see. It's a different world now at UCF than it was then. They're not a group of 5 team anymore where they're just going to have better athletes. All the issues with discipline and things like that plagued him in Nebraska are still there. It's going and you can't just out talent the group of 5, the American Conference. You can't out talent the Big 12 the way you did the American Conference at UCF. I don't love that hire. To be completely honest with you, Trev, looking at some others here, some bigger schools. It's like
I was about to say, like, I was just about to say that. Like, I mean, I think in yesterday's show we talked about how, like, the coaching carousel this year is not what people expected it to be.
No.
And so I think that's just, I mean,
like,
about the 2, Rich Rod, I think he's a fantastic fit at West Virginia. And then I'm impartial about Scott Frost going back to Central Florida.
I'm impartial about, I don't know a lot about what App State did or Florida National, East Carolina, Fresno States. I think Southern Miss getting Charles Huff was a good hire. Bronco Mendenhall going back to Utah State's a good hire. Don't know a lot about Tulsa, Charlotte, Rice. Here's one that I really liked, though. I really like Casey Keeler to Temple. Because Casey Keeler has been a very successful FCS coach at different stops. He was great at Rowan. I think, did he win a national title at Rowan? Hold on a second. Let me look it up. He started as a D3 coach. He was at Rowan for a long time. And they won the national. No, that was at Delaware. They got to the national championship game at Rowan, never won it. They lost to, that was during Mount Union's great run, but he had 4 trips to the national championship game. Then he went to Delaware, won a national title at Delaware, got to the national championship game 2 other times, went to Sam Houston State, went to the semifinals 3 times, won the national title in 2020-21. So that's the second national title, and then helped them transition to being an FBS team. Their first year in the FBS level, they went 3-9. In his second year, they went 9-3. This guy's a good football coach. And Temple needs a guy like that to succeed. And the thing about Casey Keeler is he's 65 years old. If he wins at Temple, he's not leaving for Penn State. There's actually a chance you might be able to keep him for a while.
Sure.
So if there was any hope for Temple to be good, and this is a guy that's got a lot of East Coast connections as a coach from his time at Rowan and Delaware, I think if you have any chance at winning in football, Casey Keeler gives you the best chance, in my opinion. I really like that hire. Dan Mullen at UNLV, we'll see. Good luck. If he wins, he's gone. If he doesn't win, whatever. It is what it is. And then Wake Forest hiring Jake Dickert. He did a nice job at Washington State. You know, I thought he did a really nice job there. I don't know a lot about him, but seems like a nice hire. I don't know a lot about his resume. Does he have connections to the East Coast? I don't have any clue. Washington State, though, replacing him with Jimmy Rogers from South Dakota State, I think is a really, really nice pickup. I know that he's a young coach but the guy won a national title there. I love schools like that bringing in FCS coaches. So that's kind of some of the ones. There was no hire that I looked at and was like, what the heck are you doing, outside of really the one with Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
The rest are like, I mean, I get why UCF went with Scott Frost. It makes sense.
Sure.
I don't think it's going to work, but I don't think it's dumb for them to go down that path again. Guy won for you last time, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
There were no where I was like, oh my gosh, what were you thinking? Just because I don't know enough. I mean, maybe some of those MAC hires were that way. I don't know about those guys. I don't know enough about those guys to know if they were good hires or not. I will say this, Marshall not wanting to keep Charles Huff is like an all-time stupid move.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yep. No, I'm with you. I just don't know enough about some of the I thought the coaching carousel was going to be significantly more interesting this season at like the Power 4 level than what it was.
Well, and I think part of that's the NIL stuff and I mean, these schools are like Florida to get rid of Billy Napier. And I mean, I think he did enough to keep his job, even if, in my opinion, the job he did this year was really good.
Yeah.
I think he did enough to keep his job, even if there weren't budgetary reasons for it. But like what somebody I saw, I forget who broke it down, but this wasn't my intel. This is me reading an article, but this guy looked at all the contracts for all the Florida coaches and basically was like, it's going to cost you $40 to $50 million minimum to fire that staff with all the buyouts. And then on top of that next year, you're going to have a $20 million payroll that you now have to have for your athletic department to pay because of the new rev share.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can't just go throwing around $40-50 million anymore. Ohio State, you see that? Ohio State's athletic department ran on a $37 million deficit.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
wild.
It's insane. And one of the reasons that people have pointed to is like a lot of the donor money that used to go to the athletics department is now going to collectives to pay for players.
Yeah.
And so you have to look at that and say, even if you wanted to fire Billy Napier, can you even afford to? Now, I think they made the right move keeping him. I think he earned that. And I don't know that there's I say this all the time. You may think you need to fire your coach, but you better make sure that there's somebody out there better.
Yep.
Because it can get worse.
Yeah.
And I don't know that there was that kind of guy out there.
And somebody better that's an attainable hire.
Right.
Because there's times where, you saw it with – I remember going back through and after Ohio State lost to Michigan and Ohio State social media kind of took to the keyboard to talk about, the names that were being thrown out. It's like, why? That's not an attainable hire. Dan Campbell's not leaving the Detroit Lions to come coach the Ohio State Buckeyes. I'm sorry. He's
Mike
not.
Vrabel's not turning down NFL head coaching opportunities to come coach at his alma mater.
Right.
Marcus Freeman's not leaving Notre Dame to go coach at Ohio State.
Right.
Y'all are going to promote Chip Kelly. If you'd have fired Ryan Day, that's what would have ultimately happened. Is you got turned down by some other guys, and you're like, hey, Chip, you want to be head coach again? You were always our guy. Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
Absolutely. Like Florida, there's rumors they reached out to Lane Kiffin and he wasn't interested. So it's fine. Do your due diligence, but be smart enough to do that before you fire a coach. What teams have gotten in trouble, they fire a coach thinking that that people are going to want this job, and they're not. They don't. And that's the concern.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we kind of talked about during the early section what we thought about having the early bye. Wade Garrett, have you heard if any new additions to facilities are still on track for the 26th season? I believe that's still the game plan for when the new football facilities will be available is for the 26th season. I believe that's still on track. James Delaney, who do you want in a perfect world as the Notre Dame D coordinator? Trev, for me, it's not that I had a perfect guy in mind. I just wanted it to be a home run hire. And I don't think that he is. I think sometimes we get caught up in our favorite candidates. It's got to be Jim Leonard or it's got to be Joe Rossi or whatever. And there's a decent number of guys that I would have been happy with that weren't Chris Ash.
Yeah.
So it's not that like we both said we thought Mike Mickens should be promoted. It's our opinion. Mm-hmm. But I'm not upset with this hire of Chris Ash if it's what happens because they didn't promote Mike Mickens. It's because I don't think he is a great hire.
Sure.
I just said, hey, I think Mike Mickens is the guy. But if you'd have hired Joe Rossi or hired Jim Leonard, I would have been like, I understand that one. Those are proven to be very successful defensive coordinators. And there's other guys like that out there. I'd have looked at the NFL and see who might have been. I was trying to be, okay, I would promote Mickens, but I'm open to Coach Freeman doing what he thinks is best for the program. That's how I felt. Right. I wasn't so, there's some NFL guys I would have, tried to maybe do some research on and look into. I just felt that this is a settling type of thing, in my opinion. That's my concern. Yeah,
in a perfect world, I would want their defensive coordinator to be Al Golden. But, I mean.
Good point. Good one. Yeah.
Not a perfect world. So.
Right.
Question in here from Stephen Imholt. Thank you for the submission. As analysts, do you think you will be able to tell if this is a build or fallback year after spring practice, or will it only be clear after the first two games?
It's all part of the process. Like you'll be able to, by the end of spring, you'll be able to evaluate, okay, where are they now? I won't be making giant conclusions about they're going to win a championship based on what I see in March and April. I'll say, hey, look, I'm concerned about these areas. I'm excited about these areas. Now let's see how the summer goes. Let's see how fall camp goes. Even after the first couple games, we've pointed this out before. Ohio State 2014 goes out and gets their butts kicked in week 2 against Virginia Tech, and they played pretty bad against Navy earlier in the year before that and didn't look good. But by the end of the year, they were phenomenal. It's all part of the building blocks. I think we'll have a good sense of how good this team is by the end of the Texas A&M game. But even then, there's still going to be growth during the season. But you'll at least, they're not going to go from get blown out in your first 2 games of the year to being the national title winners is my initial thought. But then I'm like, but that's what happened with USC in 2016. Let's say they make a start a guy at quarterback that we don't think is that good, and that guy struggles, and they start off 0-2, and one of those games is kind of ugly, and they decide to go to a guy that we think they should have gone with. Hypothetically, I'm not even going to say a name because I don't want people to think that I'm predicting that'll happen. But then all of a sudden, they make the change at quarterback, and that sparks them, like what happened with USC in 2016. They started, I think it was Max Brown, started the year at quarterback. They were terrible. He got benched. They start 1-3. And then once Sam Darnold got going, boy, that team was, as we've said before, nobody wanted to play that USC team in the postseason. Nobody. They'd have been dangerous in a 12-team playoff. And they'd have been in too, Trev, because I think they finished the regular season like 8th or 9th, played in the Rose Bowl against Penn State. And that was a really good, talented Penn State team with Saquon and Chris Godwin and Mike Gesicki and that team. Barring something like that, you'll have a pretty decent idea of this team's ability by the end of the second game. But it's all building blocks towards that point. If you think you know what this team is going to be in April, I think you're probably misguided. That doesn't mean you can't have some strong feelings about potential or concerns in April, because you will. But that's what summer's for. That's what fall's for. Spring is building to the summer. Summer builds towards fall camp. Fall camp builds for the season. And it's all needed to get you to where you need to be as a football team.
Yeah, my answer to this, Stephen, would be you could make the case for neither. After week 2 of Notre Dame season in 2024, I don't think anybody was talking about them playing in the national championship game. So you just never know. You can get inklings, and I think a better way to look at it from like an analytical standpoint is you will know and have a good idea of this team's potential. But I don't think that you can dictate if it's going to be a fallback year or a rebuild year or a reload year until many different sample sizes throughout the season, because you just never know. Mm-hmm. You never know. After August 31st last year or this past season, I would have told you that Notre Dame is going to go undefeated, if I'm being 100% honest. And then if you asked me after September 7th, I would have said, let's just make sure the guys beat Purdue.
Yeah. Yep.
Jason Smith, how long would you say it would take Freeman to realize if Ash or whoever is a good or bad hire?
You should have some sense of an idea early. How are they going through preparation? How are they interacting with players? How are they teaching? Do they show a good grasp of installation? Do they show a good grasp of preparation for your opponent, of getting a read on your opponent, of having good situational football packages? You should know pretty quickly if it's a good hire or bad hire. Now, there's varying levels to good or bad. Hey, this is a good hire, but I think there's some areas where he's not great. So let me then go make a hire that, you can have a D coordinator that maybe isn't a great. He's a guy that's great with scheme and coverage and blitz packages, but he's not great at how to get the most out of the defensive line. So you go hire a guy to come in who's a really good defensive line coach who can kind of help him be better there. Or you've got maybe a linebackers coach who's great with, run schemes and shutting down opponent run games, but isn't super great with the proper coverage structure to go with that. So you make sure you go out and hire a guy who's great at that, and then you partner together. That's what staffs are for. So sometimes you say, it's a good hire, but I think we need to be better here. He needs to be better there, but then I need to make sure I'm hiring the people around him to help him be better there. Those are always parts of what you do. You have a really good offensive mind who's an O-line coach. He may be great with run scheme and protection, but you need to go hire a good young offensive guy, that can help you with enhancing your pass schemes. That's what a coaching staff is supposed to be about. You all make each other better. And you'll know pretty quickly, like by the end of spring ball, going into fall camp, you have a little bit of an idea, but by the time you get to end of fall camp, you're like, okay, this guy's going to be really good. He's going to be really good. Or I think I might have screwed up on this one.
Irish Gordian knot. Who will be the most impactful transfer?
I'm hoping it's either Malachi Fields or Jared Dawson. I'm hoping it's one of those two because I think they're at the most important positions that Notre Dame needs to be good. Offensively, if Malachi is the player we think he can be, which honestly is just repeat what you did the last 2 years. If that's all Malachi Fields does, that's a big upgrade in their receiving core. If the boundary receiver just catches 50 balls for 800 yards and 6 touchdowns, which is literally what Malachi Fields did the last 2 years, that's a big upgrade at that position. And then you've got Greathouse doing his thing, Faison, Pauling, hopefully KK, hopefully Cam Williams, Micah Gilbert, so, I mean, those guys are stepping up too. But if he's 50 for 806, all right, I'm a happy dude. Anything beyond that, you're like, all right, now we're cooking. Now we're really cooking. Defensively, I mean, Jalen Stroman could be important, replacing Xavier Watts, and Devontae Smith is going to be a very important. You hope that he's a very important pickup, but I'll still say it, Trev. What's the foundational aspects of an elite defense? If you're elite up the middle, you're going to be really, really good on defense. And if Jared Dawson can be the player that I hope he's going to be, he could be that. Thing is about Jared Dawson, I don't see him being the volume snap receiver that receiver, meaning receives a number of snaps. Probably not the right way to say it. I don't see him being the volume guy from a rep standpoint that Riley Mills and Howard Cross were. I don't see him playing 50 snaps a game. That would be something very unique for him. I just want him to be dynamic in the snaps that he does play. But either him or Jalen Stroman, maybe Devontae Smith, I'm back and forth between those 3 guys of who I think will be the most impactful. But offensively, it better be Malachi. Otherwise, it's probably not a good thing.
Yeah, I'm with you on Malachi Fields. Defensively, for me, it's Jalen Stroman at safety for who he's stepping in and replacing. Not that losing Riley Mills and Howard Cross is not, but I mean, let's call a spade here. You didn't have a fully healthy Howard Cross for the last, arguably 8 games of the season.
Right. From Florida State on, he was not. Nope.
And you didn't have Riley Mills the last 3 games of the playoffs. And so it's, to me, you had Xavier Watts in all those games. And I think Xavier Watts was a more impactful player on the defensive side of the ball than Riley or Howard were. And again, not a slight to Riley Mills or Howard Cross. You could make the argument that Xavier Watts was the most impactful player on that entire roster, right? I mean, so
for the course of the entire season,
yeah,
sure. Were there games where somebody was more impactful? Yes,
yeah.
But as far as correct, I don't know that it's even debatable, Trevor.
Mm-hmm. So for that, I have Jalen Stroman being an impactful transfer. If he can come in and perform like he did before his shoulder injury at Virginia Tech, where he was the kid coming in getting day 2 NFL draft grades and be that guy, yeah, they're going to be in a pretty good spot in safety.
Agree.
Salty Virginia Peanuts. Is Carter Allman, assistant to the GM, traveling with the coaches today on recruiting visits? How often do the GM's staff travel for recruiting?
A lot more now that the rules have changed, but especially when the GM is no longer there on your staff. I mean, you're going to want him on the road more. Him and Caleb Davis at different times. I mean, these guys were going on the road in December and January during the playoff. They were going on the road when the visit set schedules open and the Notre Dame coaches were getting ready for playoff games. They had Carter and Caleb Davis and those guys going on the road recruiting. So it's normal now. It's the new normal, right? Like it's not normal. Like, oh, so I didn't remember this happening 5 years ago. It's the new normal. You're going to see more of that stuff, especially for guys who have really good recruiting chops like Caleb has,
sure,
like Caleb Davis has. They got really good recruiting chops. Get them out there with the coaches, and then they can kind of help the coach like, okay, we're just now hitting the ground running on some of these new guys that we're on. Here's who this is. Help get them prepared. There's always benefits to that. So that's who he is.
I have a mailbag question for Salty. How do you type these into the chat so quickly? Do you just type them out like before the show?
I'll be one to bet you he copies and pastes them. He types them out on it. This is what I think. I don't know this for a fact. Salty, you can tell us. I think he types them out and then just copies and pastes them rapid fire. Okay. That's what I think.
Okay, because I was going to say,
let us know if I'm right on that one or if I'm wrong on that one.
I was going to say Salty.
So, yeah,
because you either have the fastest typing hands of all time, or it's what Brian said, which I'm also in line with. I agree with what Brian said. Copy and okay.
Did he answer it?
Yeah, he did. He said
That's what I
copy and
thought.
paste.
Because I mean, I don't care how fast of a typer you are. That's a lot to get in there one at a time. Yeah.
Yeah. Salty Virginia Peanuts. Rank these wide receivers in order of effectiveness during the playoffs. Collins, Faison, the great one.
I mean, Greathouse is clearly number one. He had back-to-back 100-yard games. I mean, he put the offense on his shoulders in the second half of both games.
Mm-hmm.
The other two, I'd probably go Faison next because I think he made more plays. Bo wasn't targeted much in the playoffs, but when he was targeted, he made plays. I mean, he caught the 2-point conversion. He caught the touchdown against Georgia. That was not an easy catch. He had to win to get open. I think they all did good things. I think Jaden was more dynamic. I thought that Faison was really good against Indiana. Didn't get targeted a lot against Georgia, but when he was impactful. Made some key plays. Had the reverse, the jet. For the good gain. Bo was least effective because he was targeted the least. But I thought Bo played well in the post. He blocked well. He caught the ball when it was thrown to him. He just wasn't targeted as much in the playoff as he was in the regular season. I thought they all played good football, but, I mean, it's a very clear difference between the three. It's Greathouse, Faison, and then Bo. I thought Chris Mitchell played really good football in the postseason, too. Again, he just wasn't targeted a ton, but he was open a lot against Ohio State.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yep. I'm in the same boat as you. Right there with you. Keith Weigand, do you think Golden would have stayed if it wouldn't have been the Bengals, as his family lives in Cincy? I
can only tell you what I was told. And I was told that he was not necessarily looking to leave. There was other NFL jobs this is what I was told. There was other NFL teams that reached out and he was like, thanks, but no thanks. You always take the call because you always keep those professional lines open. But he wasn't interested in leaving. His family's still in Cincinnati. They never left Cincinnati. And he loved Cincinnati. He loved the organization. And when that opportunity came, it's like, yeah, he's taking that one. It's like Lou Holtz getting offered the Notre Dame job. Like, yeah, if they come calling, I'm taking the job.
Sure.
I think him leaving was more about the Bengals than it was about him wanting to leave Notre Dame. That's what I've been told. It was a special opportunity that he couldn't pass up.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Jason Smith, have you and Angela ever gotten a one-of-a-kind great shot picture of a moment? For example, a Jeremiah Love hurdle and give it to the player, or are you allowed to do something like that? I imagine she's gotten some.
She gets a lot of great shots. We are not allowed. One of my favorite ones is remember against, I think it was Central Michigan, or was it Tennessee State? I think it was Central Michigan, where Sam Hartman dove really high over the end zone for a touchdown. Do you remember that play?
Is that when he did the front flip?
Yeah. She's got him like right before he does the flip, like laid out, sprawled out. She's got some great shots. One of her first cover shots was she was on the opposite end zone against Virginia in 2015. She was on the opposite side of the end zone from when Will Fuller caught that touchdown pass against Virginia. So he caught on the left side. She was right at the goal line, opposite that, and had that shot like the whole way.
Oh, that's sick.
One of my favorites is Dexter Williams had that long touchdown run against Stanford in 2018. He ran the whole time right at her. She was in the end zone, and she's got the whole thing coming right at her. She's got some really good ones on Jadarian Price's kick return against USC last year. But we are not allowed to give photos to parents or players. Can you believe that? So my understanding, the reason why is because certain people would give people photos and say, hey, put this out and tag us and give us credit or whatever. And so, like, if I have a great shot of a parent of a player, I'm not allowed to send the parents photos. Even if say, hey, look, this is just between us, don't share. We're not allowed to do that. That's a rule by Notre Dame, which I think is freaking stupid. But whatever. Notre Dame does a lot of stupid things like that. We have our own photos. Okay, cool, but you don't have this photo. So it's a little frustrating, but it's just kind of the stuff that they do. And my thing is this. I understand what's behind the rule because there's a lot of people, especially younger people, that are obsessed with social media that, want to send Jeremiah Love a photo, and then he puts it out, check out this cool photo from so-and-so, and you're getting free advertising and you're not paying him to do so. I get that. But like, to tell me like, hey, I'm sending this to a parent, asking them not to put it out publicly. Don't tell people it's from us. Just, this is for you as a parent. Like, you need to be able to differentiate between those two. But I'm not going to spend any more time on that. But that's just, it's one of the many things that Notre Dame does that just kind of drives me crazy. Absolutely drives me crazy. Real quick one from Salty. Will Tank King be Irish? Way too early for that, my man. Way too early for that. I know he likes Notre Dame. He's been on campus in Notre Dame. He's got a really good connection with them. They're out to see him, I believe, today. They're out to see him, but it's way too early for that.
Thomas Lammers, can you explain the difference between Viper and strong side defensive end?
Very generally speaking, obviously, there's the general ones is the end. So the way that Notre Dame calls it, it's not strong side end, it's defensive end and Viper. That's the, so if a guy's a defensive end, he's the strong side end. If he's a weak side end, he's the Viper. The end lines up to the field. If it's middle of the field, usually they'll kind of go formational strength there, but they're field boundary primarily. The ball's rarely right in the middle of the field. It's usually leaning towards a hash. And so the end will be field side, and the Viper will be the boundary guy. That's number one, just pure alignment. The Viper's almost always lined up on the edge. The defensive end will vary. Sometimes he'll be in a 9 technique against the tight end, but oftentimes against the tight end, he'll be in a 7-eye, so inside shoulder of the tight end. Sometimes he'll be, obviously, if it's an open alignment, he'll be on a 5 technique on the outside of the tackle. Sometimes, though, you'll see them kind of been a bit of a 4-eye with somebody walked up. You see a lot more alignment variation. The defensive end also will work inside more on slants. You don't see the Viper slanting inside as much. A lot of times they're slanting to the Viper, with the Viper either rushing off the edge or dropping into coverage. You don't see the defensive end dropping into coverage. You'll see the Viper drop into coverage. The defensive end's run setting responsibilities are greater and different. The Viper is a little you're almost always going to be, I shouldn't say always, I should probably do some more film study on this, but I've always found the Viper into the boundaries usually seems to be a spill player because you've got the sideline to protect you. The field guy, the end, is usually more of a force player. Spill is spilling it outside and forcing a bounce. Force is you're forcing it back inside to your linebackers. More twists and stunts from the end than you'll see from the Viper. The Viper tends to have more of a pure edge rush off the end. There's also a lot of carryover between the two. Ham plays, requirements are going to be similar. Proper leverage, using wrong arm appropriately, taking on pullers is going to be very similar technique. It'll hit a lot of times it hits the Viper quicker. A lot of traps and pulls will hit to the Viper quicker because he's usually on a shorter edge with the tight end strong or the tight end moving. So you'll see those type of things. The Viper tends to get screened a decent amount more because most teams run more boundary screens than field screens, usually by rule. So there's some of that. So that's just real generals, generally speaking. Those are the differences between the two positions. So anything to add to that one, Trevor?
No, the only thing that I would add, and this could just be coincidence, are Vipers typically the stronger pass rusher in comparison of the two?
It has been, and
Okay.
you can get away with not having a very good pass rusher at defensive end. Ideally, they would like more pass rushing production from the end than we've seen. That's why Javonte Jean-Baptiste was such a impactful player, because he's really the only end that they've had that's been a pass rusher. I mean, we saw them put Myron Tagovailoa-Mosa there for a year. He wasn't giving anything as a pass rusher, but he was going to set the edge, be physical. You got to get some level of pass rush from the Viper. Have to. That's why 2023 was so disappointing. You can survive and still be a really good defense if your defensive end's not a pass rusher. But if you look at the guys they're recruiting, I think they'd like to be. That's why they put Josh Burnham over there.
Sure.
That's why you recruit a guy like Bryce Young. That's why you recruit a guy like Chris Burgess, because you think they can provide you a little bit more pass rush. So I'll have an update on the board here. The Samote Kota Anga kid that they're recruiting. Big, powerful kid, set the edge, but he's a guy that brings some power and pass rushing ability to the table. That's why they like him. They'd ideally like to have more of a pass rush there. They'd ideally like to have two edge players that can just win on first and second down, ideally. Sure. But you can be okay if you have an end who's not a great pass rusher. You can be okay because there's different things you can do with your linebackers and stuff like that. But you need more of that from your Viper. He's got to be more of you've got to be able to win as a pass rusher.
Sure. More
so than the defensive end. Good follow-up question, Trev.
Thank you.
Andrew Gilmore, what about the recruit from Nebraska? Forget his name. Could he be a converted pass rusher? I think he's referring to Teddy Rizak from last year. Teddy's was like 195 pounds this year. I think Teddy Rizak can provide you some edge rushing ability, but it'd be more in the same lines of a Jalen Sneed and a Kingston, where it's a nickel situation pass rusher. I could see Teddy Rizak giving you some of that down the road as he fills out, but it won't be as and Andrew's not asking this, I don't think. It won't be like moving him to Viper. Like when people, it's funny seeing tweets from Notre Dame media, people like, oh, Jalen Sneed was practicing at Viper today. No, he wasn't. They were working on their nickel. He rushes off the edge. That doesn't make him a Viper. It just means he's rushing off the edge. If Jaden Osbury is playing Rover and he walks up down on the edge and he's going to blitz off the edge, it doesn't make him a strong side end. It just means he's blitzing off the edge or working off the edge.
Right.
Could Teddy do that, though? What Jalen did, what Kingston did? Yeah, I could see him doing that down the road. He's a real twitchy kid, really athletic kid. I could see him doing that. Absolutely could see him doing
that. I love this name. Shaquille Oatmeal. How do you feel about the wide receiver room, and do you think Cam Williams has room to crack the rotation next season?
I feel really good about the talent of the receiver room. Very good. I'm also in kind of the same boat that Trevor is as far as like I got to see it as a unit. The one difference between this group and like even last year's group or in past years is I think the proven production is as good as it's been in a few years. You see what Jaden Greathouse did this year. We know what Jordan Faison can do. He's just got to stay healthy. And with Bo Collins, like Bo's best season was like 30-some catches for 500 yards. That's pretty much what he did at Notre Dame this year. It's very similar to the kind of production he had this year. I mean, Bo was the same guy at Notre Dame that he really was throughout his career at Clemson. He didn't play beyond it. 41 catches for 490 yards is not a whole lot different than the 38 for 510 he had the year before. He basically repeated his production at Clemson. Chris Mitchell was going from the group of 5 level to the power 4 level, and the transition was obviously how was he going to transition to this level? The difference next year is you're bringing in a Big Ten receiver that had 70 catches for 800 yards a year ago. He's week after week, he's played against LSU and Alabama, talking about Will Pauling. You're bringing in an ACC receiver that's had over 50 catches and 800 yards in the last 2 years at the power 4 level. And so asking guys to come in and play above what they've done in the past is really not an idea to look at. It's always nice if it happens, but like with Malachi Fields and Will Pauling, if all they do is repeat what they've already done at the Power 5 level, you've got an outstanding receiving core next year. If Jaden Greathouse just keeps doing what he's done at the Power 4 level and Jordan Faison. So it's not what will we see? There's no projection. There's no how will he play at this level? Can he play above what he's done in the past? That was the hope with Bo. Could Bo tap into his top high school ranking and play above what he did at Clemson? Well, he did, and he played exactly how he did at Clemson. And that was good. It was solid. He helped you win football games. With Malachi and Will Pauling, it's just be what you've been. You don't got to play an ounce better than what you were at Virginia. Your production may be better because you have better quarterback, but you don't got to be a better player. Just do what you did there, and that's good enough to be a major upgrade at the position. Will Pauling was banged up a lot this year, so his numbers weren't as good. But if you just repeat what you did and in 2023 on a per snap basis, like I don't see any way that Will Pauling repeats the volume that he had 2 years ago at Wisconsin, where he had 74 catches for 837 yards, because I don't think he's going to play the same number of snaps. Even if he's every bit the player, it'll be, instead of 10 catches for 96 yards against Northwestern, it'll be like 5 for 50. Where he'll have the same impact, just on a smaller scale, because he won't play as many targets. But like, I've seen him go for 8 catches for 143 yards against LSU. I saw him go for 4 catches and 51 yards against Ohio State. I saw him go for 7 for 95 and a touchdown against Illinois. I've seen him catch 8 passes against Iowa. I saw him this year against Alabama catch 9 passes and a touchdown. I saw him go for 8 for 79 against Penn State. Like, that's what I know he can do. Now, if he provides you something a little bit different, that's great. But minimum, I just need you to do that on whatever snap. So if he did 8 catches on 60 snaps against Penn State, now he catches 4 on 30 snaps against Penn State. But the per snap production is the same. Just repeat what you've been. Jade Greathouse, just do what you do. Just keep doing what you're doing. Jordan Faison, get healthy and then do what you do. That's the thing about next year, Trev, why I'm a little bit more optimistic, is because there's not a single guy on the roster that you're asking to play above what he's already done at this level. Not hopefully Chris Mitchell can do what he did at the Power 5, at the Group of 5, at the Power 5 level. Just repeat what you did last year. In Will Pauling's case, repeat what you did the last year you were healthy in 2023. And this receiving core is going to be outstanding. That's the difference between that and past groups, Trev, is there's no projection needed. Just do what you've already done. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
That's why I think that I'm more excited, even though, I got to prove it. Got to prove that you can do it at Notre Dame, what you did at Virginia, and at Notre Dame, what you did at Wisconsin. I understand all that, but it's still, you're playing the same teams. You may be on a bigger stage yourself, but you're still playing the same teams. Will Pauling has played against Ohio State, right? Malachi Fields has played against Notre Dame, right? Like, both of those guys played against the teams that played for the national championship, and both had good moments against those teams. That's the difference. Can Cam Williams crack the rotation next year? He absolutely can. I spoke some the other day. It was like, did I miss on that one? And I talked to somebody close to the program the other day. Like, no. The talent is enormous. He's just super, super raw. Like, real basic stuff he didn't understand. But they love his talent. They love him as a kid. They think he's a great kid. And no one that I've talked to at Notre Dame in the last couple months has said anything about he's not who we thought. Because like, you'll start hearing freshman year, like, he's not what we thought he was going to be athletically or talent-wise. I haven't heard any of that with Cam. It's just he's super raw. And when you have the players at receiver that we have, you couldn't justify playing him when he's as raw as he was. Now, I don't know that I would agree with that, but like, you look at his high school film, it's just getting jet sweeps and snapping him the ball and just running go routes. And like, I would have found a way to play him. That's just me personally. I would have said, hey, the guy can run a freaking screen pass. If you can't teach him to run a now screen, a tunnel screen, a hitch, and a go, but I'm just telling you what I'm told. They love his talent. There's been no pushback. Like, he's not as good. There's been no trying to talk him down to justify him not playing, which I appreciate. He's super talented. He's just really raw. And the way that this team was built, which is running team, you needed blockers out there and stuff. They just felt that other guys were better. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with it. I'm not saying it's okay or not okay. I'm just saying the good news is that there was no tamping down or talking down his ability. And they are hoping that he takes a big jump this season, because from what I'm told by multiple sources inside the program, physically, he's extremely gifted. He just doesn't know how to play the position yet. That's the problem, which makes him a lot easier to guard. And so that's what I've been told. So, but he's going to have to take a big step this offseason from a technical standpoint and knowing the offense standpoint.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I definitely think that he can, and it's going to be really fun to watch when he does. Really
so there was a conversation, Trev, about the first half versus second half. Somebody had said, Shaquille O'Neal, I think it said, if they played in the first half the way that they'd have called the game basically in the first half the way that they did second half, they've been better. And so I pushed back, so I just wanted to respond to that. He said, Brian, it looked like Riley Leonard attacked Ohio State more. Was it just first half he wasn't willing to as much? In the second half, he was like, screw it. I was also watching the game at 4 a.m. So I think you're a member of the board. Go check out the intel piece that I did on, or the film breakdown I did on this, because I showed a lot of different clips in the first half. It really just came down to Riley just wasn't letting it rip. He was late with certain reads, and he just wasn't feeling. And then some of it was just not his fault. It's, you have a false start on a play that I'm gonna take this to my grave. If Bo Collins doesn't false start there, Jadarian Price might house that. That might have been an 80-yard touchdown. Like, he was about to pop that sucker outside, dude. And then, you had those, 1st and 10, you've got Jaden Greathouse wide open. He just doesn't read it correctly. After they fell behind, he was just kind of like, okay, I'm just going to go play ball. But Riley was never a fast starter. Rarely a fast starter. This just wasn't his game. And this year, but once he got rolling, he was high. Same thing against Penn State. There were so many missed opportunities in the first half against Penn State. Not all of them were Riley's fault. Like the one, Riley knew exactly where to go to Jaden Harrison on the second drive, the interception drive. And he tries it, but Abdul Carter just smokes Emil Wagner and hits Riley and the ball floats. But Riley knew exactly where to go. And that might have, Jaden Harrison, at worst case scenario, Trev, gets tackled in Penn State territory. If he makes one guy miss, it's a touchdown. And stuff like that just happened a little bit too much in the postseason for my liking. But what I like is the stuff was there. You just got to clean some of that stuff up. But second half, they didn't change what they were calling. For example, the little touchdown, the first touchdown pass that they beat Caleb Downs on for the touchdown, they ran that play on the second drive of the game. It was a third drive. It was on that 3rd and 5 that the ball hit off Mitchell Evans. They were running that concept on that play, but then the ball hits off Mitchell Evans' hip, and it goes so it wasn't something different. First play of the second drive, they ran a slot fade, the same exact route that he threw a touchdown pass in the second half, and Jaden Greathouse was open. Riley just didn't feel it, didn't throw it, should have thrown it, didn't. Then he misses the ball. So it was those missed opportunities. There was stuff there in the first half, just didn't take advantage of it. And for me, that's encouraging, because it's like, I'm not getting out schemed. I'm not getting out coached. We got to do a better job as coaches preparing our guys to execute at a better level. That if that's your final step as a coaching staff, you're in a great place, because you're not getting out schemed, you're not getting out hit, your players aren't getting out worked, they're getting out executed. That's the fine. Like, that's, as a coach, if that's the issue, bro, we're gonna fix that. There's no question. We're gonna fix that. We'll get that going. We're not getting out talented. We're not getting out physical. None of that was going on really against Ohio State with the offense. It was the defense, I thought, got out schemed. The offense wasn't. It was stuff was there. Got to read it better. Got to throw it on time. Got to make those plays, and the stuff will be there. And that's a pretty, in my opinion, Trev, a pretty good place to be.
No, it's definitely the spot that you want to be in. It's the easy. Well, I don't want to say the easiest thing to clean up, but if you're just running a bunch of downfield concepts that's just not open at all, the scheme's bad. You kind of have to start reconstructing your offense. But miscues on just a quarterback not letting one rip, or a right tackle getting beat on, like that is fixable. So yeah, it's a good spot to be in.
Just last one, we'll end with this one from Andre Tonsil. He says, how soon should you know who should be the starting quarterback for this year's Notre Dame Fighting Irish team? It's so much that goes into that, Andre. Ideally, you get to fall camp or by the end of spring practice and somebody has just separated. That's what you hope happens, that somebody has just separated. But if it takes until fall camp, it takes until fall camp. The only concern is, does it take until fall camp because nobody asserts himself? Like, there's two ways it can go. One is nobody seizes hold of it because nobody's playing great and it's got to go into the fall. Or the other option, and I think with this group, it's more likely that they're all balling out in the spring and it's too close to call and we got to take it into the fall. And then at some point, somebody separates from the other group. That's when you know. And you can't rush that. If it happens midway through spring ball, it happens midway through spring ball. I would probably force it into the summer just to see how the guy that let's just say Kenny or CJ, the two guys that Trev and I think need to step up for this team to reach their full ceiling. That's just our opinion. We could be wrong. Steve could be the guy. I'm just giving you my opinion. It's not meant to start a Steve versus Kenny debate. Let's say you feel that one of those two guys has separated in the spring. I'm still going to carry this thing into the fall because I want to see how that guy handles the summer, how he handles fall camp, that kind of stuff. I want to keep that competition at least through the summer. And then pretty early in fall camp, if this thing is true, by the end of the first week of fall camp, we've got our starter. But I would probably, unless it's just, dude, it's not even close, I would probably carry it into at least the first week of fall camp. Just because I want to see how the guy that outplays the other people and maybe emerges number one. You're number one for now, but there's still a battle. You're not the starter. You're just going to start fall camp at number one. How does he handle that? Does he step up in leadership? Does he start feeling good about himself? Does he not work as hard because I'm the man now? Or does it make him even hungrier? Because you name that sucker too early, and then your number two leaves, and then your number one putters around all summer, doesn't have the right attitude, doesn't build on his success, and all of a sudden in fall camp, he's not playing well, and your number two's now playing it somewhere else. Now you're in a tough spot. That's how I would do it, unless it's just so obvious that you have no choice but to. And that's the ideal situation, is somebody's just so much better than everybody else that you just know who it's got to be.
Yeah, I mean, my prediction for it, and I have no intel to back this up. This is just a gut feeling. And I'm going to leave names out of it because I don't know the combination of people that it'll be, and I don't want to put something out there that shouldn't be out there, right? All I'll say is this. I think after the spring, 2 of the 3 are going to emerge as the leaders in the competition. And I don't know what combination that's going to be. Not saying that the third person is just awful and shouldn't be on the team. It's just I think 2 of the 3 quarterbacks their performance will be above the third. And then they're going to use the summer and part of fall camp to, okay, these are the 2. It's down to this 2. We'll see what happens. And so
that's
for
fair.
me, it's just going to be fun to watch. And it's going to be fun to watch it all unfold. So that's where I'm at.
That's our hour of mailbag. So
There you go.
why don't you go and take us out of here, Trev?
Yeah, you got it, man. Well, hey, thank you guys for being with us for the better part of 4 hours here. There's going to be some awesome content coming at you the rest of the week here. We got a buy, sell, hold tomorrow.
Yep.
We got buy, sell, hold tomorrow. But to make sure that you guys are also in the loop, be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, share this podcast with your friends and family, anybody that you know loves Notre Dame football and college football as much as you do. And, of course, the best way to support what we do here at Irish Breakdown is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So, for Brian, I'm Trevor. We'll be back here tomorrow. Is IB Nation Sports Talk tonight?
They're live right now. They already started. We went a little bit past 5, so they're goodness. So leave here, run over to check out Sean and the guys on IB Nation Sports Talk.
All righty. Go check them out. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.